we were doing a site visit to something. We're all driving around in a truck, looking at piles of construction stuff, and I realized we were all there were like 5 of us in the cab of this truck, crammed together. Nobody was wearing a mask, and I thought, oh my God, we're going to go right back to square one. And I woke up. I made myself wake up. I couldn't take it anymore.
That was a vivid dream.
It was way too vivid. Yeah.
You scared me, Marilyn.
Well.
Okay, just to let you know, unlike GoTo, it doesn't announce that we're recording, but we are now recording.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
It's 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Who's going to record today's meeting?
It's being
notes. So I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. Can we have a roll call vote? Roll call, please.
Mary, is that you?
Yes, it's me.
No, Mary.
Oh.
Is that who's taking minutes? And if so, you're on mute, Mary.
Good evening. Good afternoon. Olson. Dick Olson.
I think he went out and is going to try and come back in. I don't see his name down there.
Ray Kopczynski.
Here.
Stacy Bartholomew.
Present.
Marilyn Smith.
Here.
Bessie Johnson.
Here.
Matilda Novak. Is Matilda Novak online?
I don't think so yet.
Okay, Matilda, please let us know when you've arrived. And Alex Johnson II.
Here.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry, did I miss anyone? I apologize.
I think I heard everybody's name called.
All right, thank you.
So I'm going to turn over the meeting to Peter Trotzen, the city manager, to kind of shepherd us into the way we're going to run the business today.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, everybody. We were, as you know, we were scheduled to meet on Saturday morning, and I apologize. Now we have a longer Monday session, but as Marilyn noted, it's not all night. I hope you had a wonderful Valentine's Day, and I'm glad that we could give you back at least part of your Saturday morning. In some areas, the power failure continues, and I just got a robocall from Pacific Power indicating that power in my neighborhood is expected to be out until 2 p.m. tomorrow. I have to note that with the power failure Friday night, it extended for a long time in many areas. One of the problem areas was in water treatment. Chris Bailey called me on Saturday to let me know that we needed to get the proper 3-phase power restored at the water treatment plant if we were to avoid having to let our citizens know that they were under a water consumption restriction on Sunday morning. With the help of Pacific Power, we were able to avoid a last-minute crisis, and 3-phase power was restored at about 8 p.m. on Saturday night. So I want to give a big thank you to Chris and the water treatment staff, and to Celeste Kruger and the staff at Pacific Power. And similarly, the streets maintenance and parks maintenance crews have been out since early Saturday morning, clearing streets, sidewalks, and other areas of downed trees and limbs. If you've driven around, you've seen what a big job it is. I thank them for the big effort they're putting in to safely remove debris. This is a reminder that as we discuss the future, there are a lot of current issues being handled daily by a wide variety of city employees. Now I'm going to try to share some slides here, so bear with me as I try to make that happen. All right, is everybody looking at a slide?
Almost.
It's getting there. It's chewing on it.
It's the circle of death.
I see a white slide, Peter.
Okay. How about now?
There we go.
Bingo.
There it is.
Excellent. Okay, let's get back to why we're here today. Traditionally, a retreat is a chance to take a step back into a bit more relaxed environment, an investment in time to be able to think, collaborate, set goals. But this retreat is going to be different. This is not policy development. This is not problem solving, but it is learning what the problems are. We're going to provide you with information and lots of it. And even so, we'll just be scratching the surface. This is a complex enterprise, but time is scarce, so we won't be able to go into great detail. That's okay. You have a first-rate staff to carry out the business of the city, and you can attend to your responsibility for policy development and oversight. Strategic planning and goal setting are important. We'll pursue that important function later this year. But this is going to be a chance to hear from the subject matter experts in each of the city's functions about the challenges that face them and about their accomplishments. Each of them is rightfully proud of their staff and the services they provide, and together they make one strong team. Let me go to the next slide here. This is a public meeting and is being recorded, but it's not a budget meeting, although many of the challenges that we face are budget challenges. We'll have our budget discussions with our budget committee beginning in April. What I've asked our presenters to do is to provide a description of their department mission and how it supports the city's mission, an organizational overview, some of the notable accomplishments of the last 2 years, a description of big challenges in the next biennium, and resource limitations. We had a very difficult year last year. All of us felt the stress, the oppressive nature of the problems that seem to face us every day. Now we're well into a new year, but many of those problems persist. We declared a state of emergency just about 1 year ago as the coronavirus epidemic was getting worse and on its way to becoming a pandemic. Social unrest and record-breaking destructive fires added to the tension as we lost first our River Rhythms concerts, then the Art and Air Festival, and even the tailgate concerts that Parks and Rec had hoped to put on as a substitute. But I have to note that we got real good at virtual meetings, and we got a police chief and a library director in Marshall Harnden and Eric Eichenoy. They sure have impeccable timing for job starts, wouldn't you say? We're glad to have them both on board. We're at a pivotal place with a new council, a new mayor, significant and key personnel changes, including one of our staff becoming one of your colleagues, the changeover in an entire financial system, and through a combination of layoffs, furloughs, retirements, and separations, we have slimmed down from about 450 FTE to about 380. So we're going to try to pause, gather our breath, and get a good feel for where we are and what faces us in the near term. I want you to have a good understanding of this complex enterprise. I want you to feel prepared to grapple with issues that confront us, for which we need you to make informed and intelligent policy decisions. So some ground rules for us: have fun, use the raise hand feature. You can go ahead and practice that right now if you like. It's an icon at the top of your screen, and that's what we'll use to recognize people for questions. Listen, soak up the presentations. There are some pretty big issues confronting the city. Buy into the council protocols that are in the councilor's manual, which you as a council and your predecessors formulated about 3 years ago now. And we'll take breaks, but if you have to leave, if you have to go for any reason, feel free to do so. And then lastly, you all have heard of a parking lot. I anticipate there'll be a lot of interest stirred up. Time is a valuable resource, and we aim to use it wisely. We'll have opportunities for questions, but inevitably you'll be left wanting to know more. So please write down your questions, and if need be, we'll put it into the parking lot. Okay, are there any questions before we start? And let me see if I can stop sharing here. There we go. Anybody have any questions? Okay. We were going to start with our public safety functions on Saturday, but in the interest of minimizing disruption, because we had to cancel that portion of the day of the retreat, we're going to add that component onto the schedule we had for today. We're going to start off with what we know as central services. General Omar Bradley, many of you might know, was a World War II general, and to him is attributed a quote: "Amateurs talk about tactics, professionals talk about logistics." His point was simply that the effectiveness of an operation is absolutely dependent upon the logistical support it receives. The same is true of this operation. People, money, and information, they're vital to this operation. So I appreciate your focus on this area, as it's an area in which we can incur substantial risk if we don't do it right. Then the next segment of this afternoon session will be devoted to parks and recreation and to the library, services which contribute to the quality of life in our city. Then we'll move into public safety and start off with the presentation from police. If you have a need for law enforcement, then you'll also have a need for a judicial system, and we'll hear about our municipal court. And then we'll close out the day hearing about our fire department. So now, if she's ready, let me turn it over to Danette Jameson, our HR director.
Can you see me? I can't see me. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay,
Yes.
great. I am going to hopefully share my screen, if you all can see it. I can't tell if you can see it, so.
We can see it, Danette.
Okay, great. Awesome. Having this shortened a little bit, you might find me hurrying a little bit through a few of these slides as I share them with you. My goal is to share an overview of at least one area. When you get into HR, there are so much depth to some of the areas. I'm only going to get to really describe in depth one of them, but I thought it would be helpful to you to show you how much goes into one program. So just know that. Our Human Resources Department has a mission, a vision, and a values, and I wanted to share those with you. Our mission is that we are dedicated to maximizing the potential of our greatest asset, our employees. And we do that through integrity, service-oriented, effective communication, modeling leadership, and quality service. Our vision is being innovative partners, fostering highly effective teams. And again, we do this through our programs in recruitment, onboarding, benefits administration, collective bargaining, employee relations, our learning program, our workers' compensation, family medical leave program, and work-life balance, and then offboarding employees. And just sharing areas of our workforce and workplace and what we do. Our workforce development, we hire, we educate and train individuals for the modern workplace. Our workplace equity, we foster a healthy workplace culture, pay equity policies, and decision making. Workplace flexibility and leave, we promote a work-life balance that meets employees and organizational needs. And workplace healthcare, we provide a sustainable employer-based benefit program that meets employees' healthcare needs, and obviously always reevaluating that. I wanted to introduce you to who we are. We have 5 full-time FTE in human resources to meet the needs of the city and our employees. And the employees I lead include our Senior HR Programs Coordinator, Katie Forsman, our Human Resources Programs Coordinator, Melissa Humphreys, our Human Resources Information Systems Coordinator, which stands for HRIS, Thea Bernard, and our Human Resources Assistant, Amy Steele. And we also have another employee who assists us, our safety officer over there in fire. He also performs emergency management for the city of Albany, but then again, provides our safety officer position, and we'll describe that a little later, but that's Chuck Perino. And to give you an idea of the tenure of this team that has a lot of season to it, together we have about 43 years of experience here at the City of Albany. So it's really what has helped us survive 2020, and I'll get into describing some of that, but we've been through quite a bit this last year. So how do we support employees? Today, I'm hoping to provide a picture of how we support, but starting with recruitment, I want to go into a little bit more depth about the administration of recruitment, and I thought this would just help you to, again, understand how in-depth one area can be. It includes an updated job descriptions with the minimum requirements of the position when we're going through a recruitment process. We have to know what knowledge, skills, and abilities a candidate must have to perform these requirements, and what the minimum qualifications are to be considered for a job. So this is, again, just the first section of a recruiting process. We accept applications, and the applications are reviewed, and candidates are selected to move forward who meet the minimum qualifications. The interview process includes formulation of the appropriate interview questions and a hiring panel. HR provides hiring panels legal guidance in compliance with the Department of Labor Regulations, the EEOC, and Oregon's BOLI. This includes the Civil Rights Act and Veterans Preference, always keeping our candidates, our panels informed about what they must comply with and consider or not consider. Once a candidate is selected by these panels, a conditional job offer is made, a background investigation is completed and through a third party, and appropriate medical evaluations take place if they are needed. If the candidate successfully passes these screenings, they move on to a formal job offer, and we consider the Equal Pay Act when we're placing them in salaries. And then some negotiations take place with the employee. And after that, we go through an onboarding process. The onboarding process can include HR and payroll providing key forms to complete and short summary of benefit information. If there's a swearing in that's necessary, that takes place. The department also shares guidance on expectations, maybe a tour and introductions to other employees and departments takes place with their department. And this process is not limited to a day, but usually several weeks and even a month or two as the employee works through training, through new employee orientation and a benefits presentation. Departments also have their own onboarding with training that is required, and that can take several months as well. So that's just our recruitment and administration process. We can have, I know during 2020 when COVID hit, we had about 15 to 20 recruitments going on. And as I'm going to describe a little later, one employee had to take over all of that as we managed COVID. And so we had can have a very busy and stressful workload just when it comes to recruitment at times, depending on the time of year especially. Benefits administration, HR administers benefits for all our employees. The administration of insurance benefit programs are generally the same citywide, but we do have some union-specific benefits that are unique to a union. We have 2 separate annual enrollments that are conducted, one for July 1 insurance renewals each year and one for the flexible spending account that we enroll our employees in on January 1 of each year, and that's a new plan year. Our leave benefits, Human Resources provides guidance and administration of family medical leave for federal and state leave. We also provide policy guidance for non-bargaining employees and the union contract leave guidance. Our risk management. HR supports risk management and relating to workers' compensation programs. We work through insurance administration of the contracts for risk management and workers' comp, and we have claims administration. And claims administration obviously takes a great deal more of our time. With our safety program, we are fortunate to have the emergency manager again, who also serves as our safety officer, Chuck Perino, and he works with Human Resources to implement policy and works with the safety committees and assists with the annual OSHA reporting and responding to OSHA complaints. We have classification and compensation. So again, I touch base on the job descriptions back in the recruitment process. There is an FLSA status that's given to each job description. Is the position exempt or non-exempt? And that means, is it overtime eligible or not? That process takes place when the job's created, but it's something we also have to consider as the job grows. We receive requests for classification reviews when a supervisor or employee believes that the job has changed and a job description is no longer accurate. So we go through that evaluation process. HR provides the salary administration for all salary groups, including non-bargaining, ASME, transit, fire, and police. This includes review for legal compliance with the Equal Pay Act, where classifications are placed on the salary schedule, and evaluation on new hires where they're being placed on that salary schedule. So salary administration is also important. HR maintains employee records through our human resources software, Munis. We maintain employee personnel records, medical records, providing employment verifications with this information. In addition, assistance is provided through the performance management, where we help supervisors with employee relations issues, implement or guide policy and implementation of collective bargaining practices. And our HRS program coordinator also provides departments tracking of employee evaluation processes and awarding salary adjustments through this process. So there's quite a lot of work that goes into the performance management side when we're working with employees and supervisors through some of these processes. Human resources guides management in the collective bargaining process, and we negotiate with 4 unions: the ASME union, transit, fire, and police. 3 of these unions are strike prohibited bargaining units, and what that means is that we go through a good faith bargaining process, but those units are not allowed to strike after that process. We move into a mediation, and if it's not resolved during that time frame that's given to us, then we move on to arbitration, and the arbitrator decides what's implemented, which contract or best offer is implemented at the end of that. So we're always looking to negotiate that contract within our 150-day bargaining guidelines, if you will, provided by PECPA. Human Resources supports departments by providing a citywide learning program that assists in training supervisors in leadership, diversity, and educating on legal issues. We also work through an offboarding process with our employees. We coordinate terminations with supervisors and often the employee. We walk through exit interviews with our employees. And then if unemployment claims are filed, we also process those unemployment claims. So getting into our 2020 accomplishments, we hired a new HR assistant, and then we were short 1 FTE. We'll talk about that. Munis Financial HRS software update. Our labor relations, we negotiated a police contract, and we survived COVID-19. And then of course we had the fall fires. So in getting into our HR staffing, we had an opportunity to hire someone in-house. We were really fortunate to do that in February of 2020, and that was our HR assistant. And then April to August 2020, we had an employee out on FMLA for very positive reasons that she was out, but it was we were short-staffed, and so I'll talk through some of that and the impact of that, although she did a great job in preparing us. So over the course of a year and a half, we were in the middle of building a new HR or a new financial HRS system. We call it Munis, and that's the timeline that you're seeing with the checks in it. It required a significant amount of staff time from us. The build for HR began in the spring of 2018, and we were putting together the memorandum of agreements with our unions. There was a need to move from 1 pay period to 2 pay periods, and a lot of our contracts had language in it that said we would pay on a monthly versus a semi-monthly, and so a lot of workarounds through that with our negotiations and memorandum of agreements with each of the unions. And in the fall of 2018, we began evaluating our HR workflows and processes and how they would change with this new software and moving to pay periods. And then there was meetings with the software reps, the finance department, employees involved, and the project manager who led us through this, and that began in January of 2019. And when we were hopeful for our implementation taking place in July 1 of 2019. But due to a number of setbacks, including 2 employees who were part of the program build, leaving city employment, the project had to have a reset implementation date of January 2021. And although this provided a significant increase in the success of the implementation, it also increased the timeline for a significant workload on our staff in HR. And with that said, the new payroll system was implemented and successfully in January of 2020. We continue to work through issues that arise when you have this many contracts that you are trying to comply with and meet salary requirements and leave and buckets, building buckets for each one, and then exceptions. It really is a very complex system that that we've built, and so you're always having to refine it when you find things that don't work or never did work and you weren't aware of it. So lots of kudos to all of the departments involved, but our HR staff, it did take 2 FTE and human resources committed to this project a significant amount of the time. We also had police negotiations that occurred. The management team did preparation work for negotiations in the fall of 2019. And then negotiations began with our first meeting in February, on February 5th of 2020. And because of those preparations, we really had a lot of success in just a couple short meetings in language changes and updates. But when COVID-19 impact hit, it was because of the work that we did in the fall that we were able to move pretty quickly to a tentative agreement over our first 2 meetings. The association leadership and management agreed to a 2-year extension of the contract with a tentative agreement on articles that we had brought forward, and they had suggested changes too. But we settled that contract on April 14th of 2020, and that is really a very, very, very short 2 sessions, and rarely does that happen. And we felt very fortunate that we were able to get there so quickly and get 2 years pushed out to settle to work on the next one. And then, of course, we're to COVID-19 and the impact. And there's a lot on this slide, and I'm pretty much going to read it just because I think you all understand how much COVID-19 increased HR's workload, but the city overall and all that we were trying to accomplish in a short period of time. In March of 2020, we had to establish policies, and they included the employee leave, telecommuting, city facility closures, determine the city's essential personnel and minimum staffing for each department in consideration for closure. That took a lot of meetings, and our safety officer sat through those meetings with me and each department head. We had to research with the CDC and OHA requirements and what that implication was on the city and each of our departments, and the uniqueness of police and fire, and obviously our operation, maintenance, and engineering, and so forth. The new federal FMLA policy that came out, and creating leave forms for that, the 2 weeks of leave that was required by the federal government, and what requirements we needed to put on that leave. The telecommuting policy and agreements, and the implication of that on IT and our security. We had administrative directives created that encompassed a lot of this: the quarantining, COVID-19 illness, childcare, accrual payouts for essential personnel, city facility access, contagious illness policy that was updated. We had that contagious illness policy back from 2009 and the swine flu. So that was really a plus for us that we just had to update that. May of 2020, we established the reopening policies and guidelines for employees and city facilities, and we determined the department limitations for reopening. And at that time, it was phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. It was just this last week or 2 that Chuck did a good job of reevaluating that and how the current program and structure fits into that. And that was extreme risk, high risk, medium risk, and all of that. We prepare and implement the furloughs and layoffs. We had that with library and parks and recreation, and we are still working through some of that and what it looks like ahead with the budget also, and how it's the impact of COVID-19 on our current budget. And then July through December, again, labor relations. We had some demand of bargains, COVID-19 safety issues for union. We had grievance over layoff contract language implementation. We had a memorandum of agreement on discipline. And this was union meetings that we had on face covering requirements and compliance, and just getting all of our employees to comply with what was going to be required at work. And part of that obviously was OSHA, but it was also our minimum of what we were requiring here at the city for safety. September to December of 2020, OSHA temporary standards policy came out. We had to create a new administrative directive to comply with that. And that was research and department meetings that went on. We conducted required citywide trainings that OSHA required. And then we had OSHA compliance complaints. We had a couple of those that our city's safety officer and staff responded to. And that took some time. And then we had the fall, in the fall, we had the Willamette Valley fires and the air quality issues here for the public as well as employee safety. We provided employees some flexibility and leave time if they were in evacuation zones. We put employees back out on telecommuting if they could. And of course, there was a lot of volunteering that was happening, and we wanted to endorse that where needed. We discussed face coverings and whether employees should be at work or not. And then there was assistance from specifically fire to the state and counties that were impacted by this, and allowing our employees leave time to assist with that, or even work time if it was state requested. So that was 2020. And 2021, our outlook. What I'm going to cover is COVID-19 and reopening, policy reviews, fire union negotiations. We have the Oregon Paid Family Medical Leave Act. We have Workers' Compensation Insurance change coming. And then we have Equity and Pay Act internal study that needs to take place. So 2021 outlook. We know that we'll be reopening. We don't know. I shouldn't say we know. We're hopeful that in 2021 we'll be reopening. We just don't know when. So it'll be assisting in preparing departments for that structured reopening and what it looks like with our facilities, employees returning from telecommuting, and then considering what telecommuting looks like in the future. We have vaccinations and what we do with that, and whether we can, one thing that we've considered here is whether we can offer a vaccination clinic if that comes to fruition for the general public. And then compliance with the governor's orders and OSHA is all part of our reopening considerations. This is one of the things that was put off that I was hoping to get to in 2020. And that was our policy review. Every so often, you really need to take a look at your policies, HR policies, and how those impact other citywide policies. But a few that we'll be looking at is our telecommuting, and again, a more permanent policy relating to that. Updates to policies related to our new Munis software. Although we've done a few of those, we know that there's more that we need to consider. The Oregon legislative change updates, and one of those is the Oregon Paid Family Medical Leave Act that's coming. And then compliance with OSHA standards, and we know that OSHA is going to make some of their COVID-19 policy more permanent. We don't know how that looks yet, but again, it's reviewing the policies and implementing change for the legislation that's been put into place, and again, the impact of COVID-19 and the upcoming laws. And this is something that you do every so often, but we've already begun this by creating some team meetings where we're looking at a broader structure and how our policies sit together citywide, department-wise. There's finance policies and IT policies and HR policies, and how we can make those more visible to our employees and collectively have them together in one place. So that's under evaluation right now. We had fire union negotiations. We'll be negotiating a fiscally responsible and legally compliant union contract. Our management team has met and gone over some of our goals for this upcoming negotiations. And then also I will be coming to the council to talk about those negotiations and the outcomes and what you're all looking for, because you are part of finalizing that contract once we've negotiated it. In 2021, we have the Oregon paid family medical leave that's coming, and 2021 gives us that opportunity. We're hoping to set up a structure for that, what that looks like. And if you don't know, Oregon passed legislation last, I think it was 2019 actually, that we will be implementing a paid family medical leave period, and right now it's 12 weeks. Oregon hasn't come out with the structure of what's going to be allowed and not allowed in that, but it's kind of going to be like an unemployment claim. You'll put in your leave request or paid leave request to BOLI, to the unemployment or employment department. BOLI is who is regulating it. But you'll put in your request, you'll get paid 66 2/3% of your salary if you meet the requirements for that paid leave. There's a payroll tax that goes into effect on January 1, 2022. 60% of that tax is paid by the employee, 40% is paid by the employer. It is 1% of payroll, which I believe is about $250,000 a month, was my recollection. So it's not a small tax, it's actually a pretty significant tax, but we already have paid leave. So the important part, I'm hopeful, is that the state comes out with guidelines that allows us to have employees continue to use some of their leave that they're given every month. There are implications to the city on that with regards to cost. January 1, 2023, it actually goes into effect. And so that first year, the state is building up that bank for what they believe will be the cost of the tax, but of course that's unknown also. We have workers' compensation. There's a significant change coming here for us that we've just been notified of, and that is July 1, 2021. The city will move from CIS to SAFE, and so what that means for us in the past CIS, we've been self-insured and we've paid as we've gone or as claims costs come in, the city of Albany is paid. It's going to look different in the future because we fully insured means you're paying insurance premium and they are taking on the risk of those claims, the insurance company is, versus when you pay as you go, the city's taking on the risk of the claims. So that looks a little different for us. We know there could be some cost implications. We have 4 labor contracts that are impacted by that because of language that's currently in them. So that'll take some negotiations. And we know that there's some HR payroll process changes that are coming up. So there's some significant work there coming there this spring. And again, the Equal Pay Act study that's been gone into effect, but we've been working on it for a couple years now. We did an Evergreen study, we call it the Evergreen study in 2019. The Evergreen is the third-party contractor who did this study for us, and they recommended an internal study every 2 years. So we'll need to have that take place this year, and then we'll need to evaluate and update due to the outcomes of that study to our current pay system. And finally, just a kind of a statement to sum it all up, our personnel costs comprise approximately 70 to 80% of most departments' budgets. As a support function, HR is in the background assisting departments with managing that resource on which we spend 70 to 80% of our budget. And that's all I have today.
Thank you, Danette. And counselors, anybody have any questions? We're running about 10 minutes ahead of schedule, which is good. And we can certainly take any questions if you have them. And it looks like Bessie's got a question. Bessie?
Trying to get everything on, sorry.
Correct.
Didn't I was the last second to the last screen was we went from self-assured to safe. Is that more expensive for us or is it better?
I don't know that it's better, honestly, Bessie. So what's happening is CIS has decided, I should say decided, we've learned that CIS hasn't been receiving enough premium from participating jurisdictions or cities. And what that means is that other cities have moved to SAFE and away from self-insurance. And so because of that, they don't have the pool of money to support allowing us to be self-insured and covering workers' comp anymore. So they're dropping all of workers' comp statewide.
Oh, okay.
We don't have any other options but to go to SAFE because of police and fire.
Yes.
They are the only ones who will cover. And we used to be with SAFE prior to my time at the city in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
I know we have had SAFE paperwork that I had seen over my tenure here. So I know that's who we were with before. I do expect there could be a cost increase, but we really don't know yet because we don't have a policy offered to us yet from SAFE. They're actually just putting that together now.
Okay.
But I do expect because they're taking the risk, you can expect that they would charge us for that risk, right?
Oh, yes.
Where we were hopefully receiving a lot of savings because we were taking on the risk in the past. So I do expect there to be an increase. I just don't know what it is yet.
Okay. It's just kind of one of those things that you really don't have any control of. If you can't continue with the initial one we're with now, there's really no question about it. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Bessie. You should know that Sean Park, IT director, who's taken over very capably from Jorge, is on deck and ready to go. But does anybody else have any other HR questions?
I have one.
Mayor?
And so the timeline with SAFE would be January 1 of 22 or 23?
SAFE would be July 1 of 2021.
So July 1. So this is coming like shortly.
Yes, it is.
1. And then we're going to hit the January 1, 2022 is the employers are paying 60% of the payroll tax. And that's for 1 year, build a bank up. And then it starts happening on the 1st of 2023.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, Sean Park, are you ready to go?
Actually,
I am.
Excellent.
well, there he goes. Can Sean turn his camera on so we can see who he is?
There we go. I'm really good at multitasking one thing at a time, if that makes any sense. So, good afternoon, Mayor Johnson and council members. Can you all see and hear me okay?
Yes.
My name is Sean Park, and I'm the Information Technology Director. I was promoted to the position last December, and prior to that, I was the IT Project Manager for a little over 5 years. I want to thank you for this opportunity to tell you about our department, which is a small team that fulfills an essential mission for the city of Albany. I'll do my best here to ensure we have some time left at the end of the presentation for any questions that you might have. Information technology is a central service department within the city, providing IT services to all other departments and partner agencies. We are finance's IT department, we are fire's IT department, and we are the library's IT department, and so on across the city. The mission of the Information Technology Department is to implement and manage effective, efficient, and secure information services while providing excellent customer service. Put another way, we ensure we buy the right system at the lowest cost, we protect them from the bad guys, and ensure those systems are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Wrapped around that technical core is a strong spirit of customer service where we believe everyone we interact with deserves a quick and effective resolution to whatever issue, project, or question they might bring us. We currently have 10.5 FTE within the IT department, and today we support over 450 full and part-time employees who use over 300 different software applications on more than 650 workstations and servers. We respond to over 5,000 help desk support tickets per year. We implement, manage, and support a broad range of information systems which form the central services nucleus around which all other departments' operations revolve. These include document management, a large central file repository used citywide, our finance, payroll, HR, office applications, and GIS systems also fall into this category. We also provide technology services which round out the core of city operations, including robust backup systems to ensure we can recover in case of a data loss, and disaster recovery infrastructure and processes in case something really bad happens. We have citywide network and data storage infrastructure comprised of copper, fiber, and wireless network technologies and the various components to connect and secure those. We provide project management services, which ensures that we put in the work to implement the right technology, and we do so on time and on budget, which avoids costly time and labor expense of selecting the wrong solution or having projects fail outright. About 15 years ago, the city realized it was much less expensive to have a project manager within our ranks than to continue to pay for failed projects and inadequate systems. We provide hardware and software purchasing, which ensures we buy the right tool for the job while keeping our costs as low as possible. Cybersecurity infrastructure that protects the city from risk, liability, and expense of a data breach or interruption in service. And our central help desk is the tool we use to log, track, and resolve those 5,000 tickets per year mentioned earlier. Another central system we'd like to mention is GIS, our Geographic Information Systems. The GIS team collects, manages, and distributes location and mapping data in support of public works and community development. On the public side, we have the web-based InfoHub tool, which is very popular with the citizens of Albany. It provides tax lot, boundary, and floodplain information, as well as historical maps. The door hanger program in GIS uses mapping data to route our public works staff in the most efficient manner to deliver door hangers to residents. The GIS team creates, modifies, and prints map data for both city and resident customers. GIS ensures Albany meets federal stormwater regulations, and the floodplain and open space data managed by GIS helps the city save money on flood insurance premiums. These folks love to talk about their work, and we encourage you to drop by and learn more about it. In addition to those central systems and services, IT also supports and manages systems that are specific to the missions of the individual departments. They range in wide variety from police dispatch and records management and patrol vehicle and fire apparatus technologies that connect first responders to public safety systems, all the way to criminal and traffic court, library, parks and rec, and public works. I should add that the scope of some of these systems is not confined to just our employees and the citizens of Albany. They're also extended via partnerships and connected systems between our public safety partner agencies, which include all fire agencies across Lynn and Benton counties, the Lynn and Benton County Sheriff's Offices, Corvallis and Philoma's police departments, and most recently, the newly formed Oregon State University Police Department. Our resource sharing is based on strong relationships and spirit of collaboration between all the various IT departments. This saves Albany money by sharing public safety infrastructure and information systems. During the 2020 wildfires, for example, we built a tool for Lynn County Sheriff's Office, which allowed first responders to search dispatch logs in the field, ensuring the house-to-house checks were systematic and thorough throughout the Santiam Canyon. We were really happy to contribute in that way. In addition, the Albany Library Catalog system we manage also provides collection and circulation management for the region, including Harrisburg, Lynn Benton Community College, Lebanon, SIO, and Sweet Home libraries. In trade for these services, the library partnership allows the citizens of Albany access to the collections of those other libraries, greatly increasing the amount of resources they have access to. Having our city IT voice at the regional table ensures Albany's best interests are represented as well. Central and department-specific technology systems form the backbone of city operations and provide the central nervous system, which manages and supports a huge number of systems and services across the entire range of city operations. We have 911 recording in police, accounts payable, accounts receivable, audiovisual support, body cams, building security, budget, court management, cybersecurity, database administration, data storage networks, disaster recovery, dispatch, document management, e-commerce, email, fire apparatus technology, fire incident reporting, fire inspections, fire mobile dispatch and records management, GIS, help desk and user support, internal affairs, inventory tracking, library catalog and materials, mobile device management, messaging and collaboration, office applications, network infrastructure, patrol vehicle technology, payroll, patient charting, permits and inspections, police mobile dispatch and records management, police interview technology, police records, and so on. This list helps illustrate the essential role IT has in ensuring every department can operate in an effective, secure, and efficient manner using technology that is expected of a 21st century city. Later in this presentation, we'll learn more about the small group of people behind this massive undertaking. In addition to day-to-day operations, IT also implements, upgrades, and replaces information systems, and this past year was really busy for us. We automated the process of extracting police file documents from the records management system, pushing those files into our central document management system automatically. Previously, this was a tedious manual process, and this automation saves hundreds of hours per year for police records staff. We upgraded council chambers with new equipment and camera systems, and we're now collecting data from many separate information systems in the city into what is known as a data warehouse. There we can tie data together in different ways that we couldn't do before. For example, we can combine shift and staffing information from one system with payroll costs from another to determine more efficient ways to use our resources. Based on information now available in the data warehouse, we have built more than 60 internal reports and dashboards to provide our departments much greater insight into their operations. We decreased the city's risk and liability by deploying stronger email security and anti-ransomware applications, and we implemented a new payroll, HR, and timesheet management system, performed upgrades to our core infrastructure, and rolled out a new version of our inspection and permit management application. We also completed a fire radio study involving all fire agencies in Lynn and Benton counties in order to determine potential upgrade paths for our aging radio infrastructure. In addition to day-to-day operations and the projects we mentioned earlier, last March, the IT team rapidly mobilized to deploy the infrastructure and resources needed for a remote workforce due to the pandemic. Later in the year, we required over 200 telework workstations utilizing federal CARES Act funds. IT quickly configured them with the security and software environment we use in the city, and we have deployed more than 100 of these workstations so far. IT ensured the city could still do business even while operating under COVID-19 restrictions. IT also rolled out new curbside and homebound library services to ensure patron access to library materials during the pandemic. And the IT GIS team also rolled out mapping and outbreak tracking tools that provided valuable insight into the local distribution of the disease. Upcoming IT projects include DocuSign, which will allow us to electronically sign and manage agreements and contracts across the city, eliminating paper processes and centralizing the storage of information. The deployment of a new help desk application later this spring will help further streamline customer support. The implementation of a new utility billing system, which will centralize utility functions under that new finance system we implemented last year. A virtual court, which will allow citizens to meet their court obligations online. And also, court will also be able to continue business in the face of another pandemic type interruption. We're also implementing several web applications such as online forms, surveys, and file sharing, which will allow us to bring those functions inside the network and discontinue use of external third-party tools and eliminate their associated costs and risks. Now that we've explored a bit regarding what it is that we do, I'd like to tell a little bit more about who we are. We're a small team of 10 people in the organizational structure shown here. We're using the underlying metaphor of a house or building because, like information systems, a house or a building also requires a lot of different people and skills to build, maintain, and repair it. We can draw parallels between the concepts that different positions are required to build and maintain a house, and different positions are required to build, maintain, and repair information systems. Like construction crews, each of us has distinct knowledge and skill sets between us, with each of us having a unique education, experience, and certifications. This is out of necessity because we're limited by the number of people we can afford to have and the specialized nature of each position. There is a bit of common knowledge crossover in regard to general computer science and information systems in much the same way a framer may have a good idea of what an electrician does, but a framer is not an electrician, and we don't call a plumber when the oven stops working. These concepts are useful to keep in mind when we look at the different positions within IT. As we look closer at each individual position within the department, the distinctions between them become easier to see. The IT technician job descriptions are the most similar, and even they are distinguished from each other because one requires extensive public safety support expertise and the other requires expertise in citywide computer deployment. The intent of explaining these distinctions here is to minimize the potential for a common yet understandable misconception that all IT positions are the same. In actuality, they're all quite different, and the specialized fields within the industry go larger every day. Heading back to the topic of FTE, since 2018, we have seen a 20% reduction in FTE due to budget constraints. We currently have 10.5 FTE, and this will drop to 9.5 when the application support specialist is eliminated in July. We hope to bring this back up to 10.5 in September by hiring another IT technician position and cross-training with the existing. The purpose of that realignment is to share duties across help desk and public safety support operations. This strategic realignment will put us at the minimum level of 10.5 to provide the current level of services, and will ensure we have some means of backup for when a person is on leave. Compared to cities in Oregon of similar size, Albany has the lowest staffing levels with the highest ratio of citizens to IT staff and the highest ratio of employees to IT staff. We live and breathe the mantra of do more with less. And not only do we deliver a high level of service, we do so with less people. The purpose of providing these comparisons here is to highlight how efficiently and effectively we utilize our limited resources within IT. The IT budget can be broken out into 3 areas of wages, benefits, and expenses. We cannot control wages and benefits, and we see a trend here of 4% per year increases in benefits, driven primarily by PERS and healthcare costs. Due to attrition and realignment, IT wage expenses have recently gone down, and they'll stay below 2020 levels for at least the next 2-year budget cycle. This chart illustrates the flattening out of wages across the next 2 years and highlights the continued increase in benefit costs. Excuse me, PERS and healthcare costs are increasing at a high rate, and they're also a very significant portion of the budget, so any percentage increase in benefit costs are translated directly to a large increase in the dollars spent on them. Reflected here also is the significant drop in expenses, which I'll touch upon in the next slide. We have gone from expenses consuming 26% of the current IT budget to 17% in the next biennium. Our expense budget has been cut as far as it will go and still expect to leave the lights on. We have renegotiated our contract with Dell, who is our primary IT hardware provider. to decrease hardware costs, and this saves us tens of thousands per year. We'll continue shifting our capital hardware purchases toward refurbished but still under warranty devices for high dollar items. We're also saving tens of thousands a year by purchasing used Cisco phones. We have eliminated overtime and standby pay for IT staff, and we will be cutting back on maintenance agreements with vendors where we can, relying instead on in-house expertise where possible. We're also aggressively pursuing decreases in annual license costs for expensive items like Office 365, and we're replacing licensed software with open source equivalents where feasible, which eliminates license fees in some systems. Because of these reductions in expenses, the IT department will be able to sustain the current level of service in the 2021 to 2023 budget cycle. While we don't have an acute crisis, we can look at the trends in cost increases in healthcare and PERS and project out past the current biennium. And what that projection tells us is that if revenue cannot keep up with those increases in healthcare and PERS, cuts will have to be made then, and we should start preparing for them now. Because we have cut everything we can in expenses, and expenses are a small part of the budget compared to personnel costs, our only choice will be to cut positions. Because of the critical nature of the information systems themselves, the first thing that will be affected is customer service. The ability to take on new projects will be lost. Our current efforts towards efficiency, cost savings, and modernization of services through technology projects will be halted. Projects in motion at that time will have their timelines extended, with a very real possibility that they will not be completed due to decreased staffing levels in IT. This increases costs for the city directly by the inability to modernize, along with the potential costly risk of project failure by spending money on implementations that cannot be properly implemented. Security risk and liability will go up, and I'll explain this a bit more in a moment. And training will be decreased or eliminated. This directly impacts costs because we won't be able to train on proper or efficient use of our systems any longer. And with it, finally, with an increase in help desk workload spread across fewer people, help desk ticket response times will go up, affecting every employee in the city. With those future cuts, we will need to not only recognize the city will incur an increase in risk and liability, we'll also see a fundamental shift from the current proactive posture shown on the left side of this graphic to the future reactive posture on the right side. When proactive, we have the resources to continually decrease our risk, liabilities, and expenses while continuing to increase automation, efficiency, and quality of service. When we shift to a reactive mode, we no longer have adequate resources, and we increase our risk, liability, and expenses while at the same time decreasing the resources needed for automation, efficiency, and quality of service. Operating in a reactive state is very stressful, which also carries with it its own set of risks. The stakes are quite high when operating in the current, even when operating in the current proactive state. When forced into a reactive posture, we don't have the resources to maintain the current level of monitoring, vulnerability testing, and third-party security audits, which increases our risk of a cybersecurity breach. Without the resources to provide adequate security training and awareness campaigns, our cybersecurity defenses will be weakened even further. The average time to recover from a cybersecurity breach is about 3 months. It could be quite dangerous to, for example, have one of our public safety systems offline for that long, and public confidence in city services would be negatively impacted if systems such as utility billing or permits and inspections were down for 3 months. The average cost of a cybersecurity breach is just over $1 million. Additional costs include insurance increases over time and the negative public image of such a large expense. The probability of a cybersecurity breach occurring in a 2-year period is 29%. To put the odds of a cybersecurity breach occurring within the next 2 years into perspective, a 29% probability is about the same as the likelihood that Pittsburgh will have a white Christmas this year, or that LeBron James will miss a free throw. We know these things are not uncommon. When a cybersecurity breach occurs, this probability doesn't go away. They can and do happen again. We don't have to look far for real-world cybersecurity incidents, as agencies within our own state have recently become victims They incurred significant expense and worked through the bad publicity of having their operations interrupted, or worse, by losing custody of sensitive data. Our IT department operates upon the principle of not if, but when, and takes every precaution to protect our city from falling victim to the same threats. We look forward to and rely upon your support as we make every effort to fulfill that mission. I asked our team members to tell me about which accomplishments this past year meant the most to them, and I wanted to share a few of those here. We were using cloud technology before it exploded into things like Amazon Web Services and Microsoft's Azure. The difference is we don't use a third-party cloud service like those. We use our own private one that we built before they did. All our systems and services run on shared computing resources that are consolidated onto a much smaller number of physical servers, which has saved the city nearly $1 million since 2009. This year, we were able to expand our private cloud and strengthen our backup and disaster recovery capabilities. Another comment is that police records staff used to spend hundreds of hours annually in the process of manually retrieving incident reports, arrest reports, persons reports, property and evidence reports, vehicle reports, and supplemental reports. In a 2-year project finished in late 2020, we automated that process and also streamlined how police distributes those records to the county district attorney and defense attorneys. The upgrade of our public info hub map tool was a great accomplishment for our GIS team, and it's now easier than ever for Albany citizens to look up current and historical map information, including boundaries, utilities, zoning, tax lot info, and historical aerial photography. IT also integrated new homebound delivery and curbside pickup scheduling into our existing library system to ensure library patrons could access library materials during the lockdown. And in 2020, we went live on a new HR and payroll system, including a new timesheet application, which is more reliable and user-friendly than the old one. This makes it much easier for employees to manage their timesheets and request time off. In closing, I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to tell you about our department. We're a small team that is used to working behind the scenes to ensure city processes run smoothly and safely, from library and parks to police and fire. After the retreat, please feel encouraged to contact me with any questions or concerns. And thank you again for your time, and I'd like to use what time we have left for any questions you might have for me.
Sean, thank you very much. I got to say, that's the first time I've heard a LeBron James free throw incorporated into an IT brief. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
And I thought you were a hockey fan.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was having trouble digging up hockey stats relatable to the 29%.
Yeah.
I'd say that was equal to the save percentage of an old goalie I used to dislike, but that wouldn't be fair.
Councilor Kopczynski has a question.
Yes, Sean, thank you. I was happy to hear that you're exploring the possibility or feasibility of using open source software when it is available, because sometimes being on the Microsoft bandwagon over time can get exorbitantly expensive. And a philosophical question along those lines: over the years, and especially as we've gone to Office 365, et cetera, have you seen what I would first call measurable intrinsic improvements versus what it was a few years ago before it was like Office 365? It seems like we're getting an awful lot more bells and whistles that a lot of people just aren't going to be using. I don't know, maybe they're intrinsically good for the city, but just, I don't know. That's all I have.
No, thank you for that question, Councilor Kopczynski. I think initially Office 365, especially in relation to COVID, was a trial by fire. The release of Teams, I know, was rushed out, for example, as a COVID response, and then lots of things were bolted on immediately thereafter. But I think when we weigh all of the pros and cons across time of when we migrated to Office 365 in 2018, that it's been a net benefit. The collaboration and sharing tools within that suite have just made things easier for us in the long run.
Mayor Johnson had a question.
So thank you, Sean, for such an enlightening overview of your department. I think that was a great job. I sat through a lot of IT when I used to work at HP, sitting through those presentations. That was well done. And I love the house analogy. I did have a question about the $1 million per event. for cybersecurity breach. Does that include attorney fees, city's attorney's fees, or is that excluding that?
No, thank you for that question, Mayor Johnson. That does not include attorney's fees. That includes direct recovery response. So getting the system back online, getting whoever is in it out of it, and then attorneys would be considered the additional external costs. So we're looking at $1 million per incident minimum. And if Sean Kidd wants to chime in pro bono, we'll leave that question up to him.
So I'm glad that you said that. It really helps me understand it. So there is additional costs associated with it if we pursue the hacker or the intruder. Okay, and so that was something that Peter would probably know about, or maybe Sean would talk to that.
Correct. And I don't have solid numbers regarding what that may do to our citywide insurance through CIS. We do carry significant coverage for cybersecurity events. But of course, those, just like getting in a car accident, will make your premiums go up. So another point to consider there.
All right, thank you, Sean. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
And Councilor Bessie Johnson.
Yeah, hi, Sean. First of all, I want to say I'm sorry for being a bunch of those $5,000 work receipts that you are saying. I really had a struggle this year. And then I was interested, we are working with other libraries. Is that remote, or do you have to go there?
No, thank you for that question. I'm glad that you mentioned that. So all of those library collections of all those other library systems or individual libraries that I mentioned are accessible online via the library catalog. So me, for instance, I'll go into the catalog, I'll find a book or a movie that I'd like to check out, and I'll place a hold on it. And that item will make its way through the library courier system to the Albany Library at Carnegie or the main branch. So I go into the library and I pick it up. Today, I schedule that pickup via the curbside scheduler within the catalog. And on a normal day when the library is open, I would just go to the hold shelf and pick up that item that came in from LBCC, Harrisburg, Scioto, Sweet Home, or Lebanon. So it's great to be able to go into the library catalog and search not only Albany's library collection, but I'll get results for all those other libraries. And that book that I might like may come from Harrisburg instead of Albany. Maybe we don't have it. And we share our collection that way, which is a huge, huge benefit.
Oh, yeah, I would say. And then the last thing is I really appreciate your employees. All the employees you have are so, they're so skilled in what they do. And I just want to bring attention to, you just said lately in the news where it said about that one employee of the city, our city's wastewater system was being breached, or water system, and an employee caught it right off the bat. And I think that's what, the kind of employees we have that would catch it real quick too. So I just think you have a great team, and I learned something new today. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councilor Johnson. And I do have to admit that you are not even in the top 10 of our frequent flyer list at the help desk. So please rest
Thank you for that. Matt might disagree. By the way, Matt, I have a problem.
All right. Thank you, Sean. Okay, we're only 3 minutes ahead now, but we're still ahead of schedule. And I think Gina Yeager is ready to go. So Gina, over to you.
Okay, let me try to share my screen here. Okay, where am I missing this? Oh, here it is.
You can do it, Gina.
I'm doing it. I think I've almost got it. Can you see it?
That was more positive encouragement.
You got it.
Okay. It still kind of always strikes me as a little bit odd when I'm not seeing what I'm showing you. So either I'm looking at my granddaughter in her T-ball uniform while the rest of you are seeing my presentation. So, okay, so finance. Here in finance, we provide fiscal oversight in a transparent and ethical manner while utilizing strategic thinking in all budgetary and procurement efforts, resulting in effective and efficient business processes. So that's kind of a long sentence to say that we pretty much do everything financial here at the city. We, as Sean mentioned earlier, we are the fire department's finance department. We are IT's finance department. We are the finance department for everybody. And so here in finance, I am the finance director, and I have two people who report directly to me, JC Rowley, who is my finance manager, and Diane Merzinski, who handles all things purchasing and contracts. We have a senior accountant, a payroll coordinator, and several accounting specialists. The accounting specialists include Denise, Alice, Sherry, Vanessa. You've probably talked to one or more of them in the past. As Sean had mentioned too about IT techs, our accounting specialists have different focuses. For example, Denise she handles all things AP. And, I'm sorry, not AP. She handles all things cash and accounts receivable. Alice works with payroll. Sherry is AP. And Vanessa at this point is kind of a jack of all trades. She's our backup for AP. She also does some risk management for us. So we are very happy to have all these people who do their jobs very well. So our core services include payroll, accounts payable, risk management. We don't handle the workers' comp, that's HR, but we handle everything else. Contracts and purchasing, budgeting, financial reporting, cash handling, accounts receivable, and we implement and update Munis. So in the last couple of years, we've had some fairly good accomplishments. We had zero disruption in services due to COVID. Either people were working from home or they were here in the office. But we managed to get through it without really having any downtime from anybody. One of the things that we also did in the last couple of years is something that Sean had mentioned that they did in IT, which is we restructured the finance department. As we had people leaving, we really evaluated what those positions were that we needed. And we've managed to save money in doing that while still providing good customer service in the areas that are really important. And we will probably be okay going into this biennium, but as we get into the next one, we're going to have some more issues. We implemented a new ERP system, Munis, financials, payroll, and we also moved to a biennial budget in the same year that we moved to that ERP system. So the first biennial budget was really interesting because not only were we changing all of our account numbers and account structures, but we were also going to a 2-year, which just added to the difficulty of doing that. We moved to a semi-monthly payroll as part of that process of implementing the new ERP system. We process over 5,000 vendor payments each year. I believe Sherry told me that we send out payments of about $83 million a year. We also improved internal processes and procedures. It's a really good time when you're moving to a new ERP to really look at what we do and how we do it and determine if that's the best way. And the internal controls are a good part of that too. We have separation of duties. We have other types of processes in place that will allow us to have better internal controls over our financial system. We improved documentation for grants, purchasing processes and procedures. Documentation is very important, especially if we want people to be able to cover other people's positions. And plus it just adds clarity to users. So we want people in public works to do their grants the same way that somebody in the fire department does. We want some consistency across all those departments where we can have it. And then also the last bullet item. So sometimes we would just use something and it would just get thrown away. But really pushing for surplus property sales in lieu of disposing in the landfill actually resulted in about $173,000. So some of our challenges in the future is keeping overhead costs low while providing necessary services to our internal and external customers. Just like everybody else is seeing personal costs rising, we are too. And we have certain legal issues that we have to maintain. You know, we have regulations like other departments do too, and those costs are just increasing. Our shelf life of our enterprise resource planning system, we've already 4 years into our new ERP, so we need to start planning what our next one is going to be, and we need to start saving towards that now. Dwindling reserves and their effect on bond ratings. Reserves are an important piece of a bond rating. In the last bond rating that we received, that was one of the items that they mentioned, is that our reserves were dwindling. That's something that we need to take a serious look at going forward. And like I said, the regulations, you know, they're just increasing, and we have unfunded mandates that we aren't able to, that we can't not do, but the costs are just going to make us not be able to do other things that we currently do. For example, in the next biennium, depending on what our funding looks like, we may not be able to produce the CAPR in the way that we do. We would just have to do financial reporting, the very basic, bare minimum, legally required document. Same thing with budget. So those are some things that right now we provide. They're very informative, and we wouldn't be able to do that to that extent. And then again, the increased personnel costs. So we have a budget calendar that I'm showing right now. Most of March is building the budget document and departments preparing and meeting with the city manager and finance. Going into April, we will start, we'll give the proposed budget to the budget committee. There is also a CIP review that will occur. Budget committee meetings are scheduled in May. We currently have 3 scheduled. We have some that are tentative. Hopefully we won't have to go all 6 meetings, but they are on the schedule if we do need to go that route. And then once we have an approved budget, then we would have a public hearing of the budget and the adoption of the budget in early June. I also wanted to briefly touch on some different revenue types that the city receives. We have general property taxes. Those can be used for anything. And over on the far right are the different departments that receive those types. There may be some departments that receive a little bit of other ones, but these are the primary departments. We have local option levy property taxes that can only be used for public safety operations. Debt service property taxes for our general obligation bonds, those can only be used for debt service. Urban renewal, the TIF, those can only, oops, I see a spelling error. Those can only be used for capital expenditures in the associated urban renewal district. So urban renewal funds cannot be used for anything but urban renewal area. We receive franchise fees and privilege taxes, and those can be used for anything. We get those from our different utilities. For example, Comcast. We get those from Pacific Power, just anybody who uses our right-of-way. The difference between franchise fees and privilege taxes is franchise fees says we have an agreement with the utility. With privilege taxes, we don't have a separate agreement with them. We just charge everybody the same thing. And then charges for service, that's going to be dependent on the department and the program. For example, if we have charges and service in water or wastewater, those charges can only be used for water or wastewater. Ambulance charges, though, go to the general fund and can be used by anything in the general fund. We have a lot of departments that have charges for service, parks and recreation, public transit, etc. State shared revenues, are monies that we receive from the state, such as cigarette tax, marijuana tax, gas tax, and then there's a broader category just called state shared revenues. Those can be used for anything with the exception of the gas tax. That can only be used for streets. And so it goes directly to streets. Currently, all the state shared revenues other than the gas tax go into the general fund, but we actually use the funding from the state shared revenue broad category that goes into transit. System development charges are charges that we charge developers when they're creating new development. So they're development costs for capital expenditures on new development or some types of redevelopment, but they're specific to the system. You can't use SDCs that you receive for water in streets. You can't use parks SDCs for sewer. So they're very specific to those areas. Transient lodging tax monies, those, a certain percentage must be used for tourism related activities. There's always a little bit of back and forth on what that number is. And that money goes into economic development. Licenses and permits, same thing. It's dependent on the department and program. General fund, we may get court fines. Those can be used pretty much for anything. Building inspection, permits, licenses can only be used in building. And then fines and forfeitures, again, are dependent on the department and program. Generally, we see those, the fines are what we see in the general fund for municipal court. Other licenses and permits would be, in the general fund would be for alarm fees or alarm permit fees. And then finally, the city doesn't currently have a utility fee, but this is something that we're currently exploring. We'll be coming to council in the relatively near future with more information about that. The other thing I just wanted to point out is that we have really good information about our different revenue types online. So for example, here for SDCs, the city's website has really good information about what SDCs are, what they pay for, what's the cost of new growth, how they're calculated. So pretty much you can find anything, almost anything you ever wanted to know about SDCs out here on the city's webpage. And I am complete. Oops, wrong one. Let's go back here. And that's really all I have. So I would welcome any questions, but you know, finance, the department where everybody counts.
Thank you, Gina. All right, and you can stop sharing your screen, and I'll call on the mayor for a question here. And you're still muted there, Mayor.
Thank you for such a wonderful report. A lot of good data there. A few questions. One, you said state sharing of tax revenue. The ones that we share, like tobacco, does that include chewing tobacco and vaping and those kinds of taxes?
Not at this point.
So I remember in budget meetings in 2019, I asked where did that money, because I just saw cigarettes up there. So where do those other dollars go to? Like with chewing tobacco, that all goes to the state and they distribute it, or because we don't receive that money in house, do we? It doesn't, like if it's sold in Albany, shouldn't the tax money be coming to Albany? I'm
not sure, honestly, how much tax they collect on those, but I can look into that for you.
Yeah, because I asked about it in 2019, and I was told that it went to the state, but we never got feedback on where it came ultimately back. Any of it came back to us.
Let me. I can research that and get back to you on that.
Peter, you had something? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Gina, for looking into it. But Mayor, I would hazard a guess that it probably goes to the OHA, and they use it for statewide health programs and anti-smoking programs. But that's not I don't know that for sure, but we'll find out.
Okay. And then I know that Peter and his team and the staff are looking into the tiered SDCs. And so I'm hoping to see what that looks like, maybe hopefully in the near future, because it'd be nice to know what that looks like as far as impact of revenue, cost of housing, and things like that. So thank you very much for your report.
You're welcome.
Councilor Smith.
I wanted to know, I would like to have a kindergarten explanation of what enterprise resource planning is. I'm assuming that's what you meant by ERP.
Yes.
I don't know what that is.
That's our financial software.
Thank you.
So Munis.
Okay. Thanks.
Well,
Yeah, you're welcome.
And Marilyn, it's an attempt to try to, and Sean would be able to weigh in on this too, but it's an attempt to, another word for it is enterprise integration, trying to integrate all the software systems within the corporation, the organization, so that when you, for instance, when you put data into a system, you only have to do it once, that the systems talk to each other, and that you don't have standalone conflicting systems. You try to integrate them as much as possible. And Sean, I'd invite you to comment.
That's a really great way to put it, Peter. The ERP is essentially trying to consolidate all of the core financials, whether that's related to purchasing, AR, AP, payroll, timesheets, anything related to money under the roof of one software application that's really, really huge. So it's that's essentially the core financial system that runs the city.
And I was down a wrong trail on that one, because the word enterprise sent me off in a different direction from anything related to finance. I just didn't get finance or IT. I did not see that in that three-letter or three-word description. So
is that why you were on the Star Trek site looking for an explanation?
I don't know where I was. Enterprise means meant different things to me from software and information technology. I appreciate the explanation.
Councilor Novak.
Thank you. I am really appreciating these presentations today, and I'm just wondering if there's any way, because I will never remember, and it would really be helpful, if I personally could get a hard copy of that page you had up showing where this money went to fund this, and we use this for that, that lovely little thing you just had on the screen. If I could get a copy of that, and also Sean Park's little thing with the house and the who does what, it really helps me to be able to refer back. So if there's a way to get hard copy on those items, I would be ever so grateful. And I apologize for always asking for hard copy, but it helps. It just helps me a lot. Thank you.
Councilor Novak, do you have you have access to a printer?
Not at home, and I do this on the iPad. I have access to a printer at the restaurant, but I don't want to take everyone's time, but I use Apple products on my personal computer, and Outlook is on the city iPad. I can't put Outlook and Apple together. It's too much data on my computer. So basically, no, I don't have a printer that will work with this.
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
So Mayor Johnson, just very quickly. So it looks like vaping tax went into effect on January 1st of this year. And so we'll see more information. I can do some more research into it, but we should also see that included in our distribution, which is normally a monthly distribution, soon.
Okay, great. That's fantastic. So Councilor Novak, I can print whatever you need out here at my office. And I'll be going to City Hall tomorrow morning if you need me to print something out for you. Thank you, Gina.
You're welcome.
Matilda, just check your email. I'm going to be sending you a couple of screenshots in about 5 seconds.
Councilor Johnson, the question.
Yeah, Gina, great report. You said that our bond rating reserves are dwindling and that it might affect the bond rating. Now, it doesn't affect anything that we have currently, does it? I mean, even are the interest rates and stuff, and the ratings, are they set, or do they adjust periodically?
No, our current ratings are set. We should be fine for our current debt issuance. It would just be if we wanted to move forward and do some refundings, or if in the future we needed to issue new debt.
Okay, yeah, maybe we can cover some of this at our audit committee meeting. All right, thank you.
And Gina, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have recently considered refinancing some of our debt. And if we are going to refinance some of our debt and take advantage of a lower interest rate, then the bond rating does become a factor and our reserves do become a factor. So I would say that reserves are always a factor, and we need to do what we can to make sure we have a healthy amount.
We do have a refunding that's possible in the next 6 to 9 months. That is very interesting, but we're going to take a look at the market, see how things are going, and then also look and see how we are financially, how healthy our reserves are in order to move forward with that.
Okay, counselors, we're 5 minutes ahead of schedule. If anybody has any other question, we can do that, but otherwise we can take a break. Anybody have another question for Gina? And I have to say that the Munis implementation was a much bigger task than either Danette, Sean, or Gina let on to be. It was huge, and they, with humility, didn't talk about exactly how much work went into it. And then also, I'd have to, in a similar vein, emphasize how much work COVID-19 presented to Danette and her staff and to Chuck Perino, and then eventually to finance too, as they tried to take advantage of CARES Act dollars for reimbursing us for many of our expenditures. So thanks to you guys for presenting, and we'll take a 5-minute or 10-minute break, and we'll be back at 2:46. We have to get back to we have to get back to
Okay.
our retreat. And Kim Ledane is ready to go. We're still 4 minutes ahead of schedule, and I'll turn it over to Kim.
Peter, we need to, sorry, this is Holly, pardon the interruption. We need to make sure our live stream is reconnected
Okay.
first.
You're fine. You're ready to go.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm so excited. All right. So good afternoon. Thank you, Council. Greatly appreciate the opportunity to talk to you all a little bit about the wonderful world of parks and recreation. So we'll take it away. Albany Parks and Recreation's mission is to, we promote healthy living through recreational experiences and serve as stewards of Albany's public parks and facilities. What we do, so when you think parks and recreation, on our park side, we have 33 parks, 886 acres of natural protected space. We have 5 trail systems, 22 sports courts, 12 sports fields, 25 playgrounds, a dog park, and 3 boat launches. On the recreation side, we have major community events, 500 plus programs annually. We are stewards of the Albany Senior Center, Albany Community Pool, the Cool Pool, Swanson Center, Maple Lawn Building, and we even run the Waverly paddle boats. And then here's the fun part, the Parks and Recreation and more, as our team also handles all the building maintenance for the city. It's not funded through Parks and Rec, it's funded through Central Services, but they're a part of our team and we manage them. We also manage the Urban Forestry Program, which takes care of about 1,000 trees around our community. We had about 235 additional ones going in this winter and spring. We run the city's reception services. We do a whole lot of transient cleanups and something that I call no man's land or no woman's land. When we don't know who else should do it, typically our team will raise their hands and say, I guess that's us. So that's miscellaneous landscaping and mowing, in median strips. It's picking up trash at the bus station, in random parking lots, and beautification around town, getting, shopping carts out of creek beds, TVs, couches out of creek beds. That's us. And then Nutria, fun fact, we deal with Nutria on a fairly regular basis. So these are our programs in a traditional year. Obviously, COVID looked a little bit different, but that's okay. We are managing. So how we do this. So this is our org chart. Our team, we are scrappy and wonderful. As you can see, we're pretty flat as we have one parks and maintenance manager, Rick Barnett, who oversees our awesome parks maintenance crew. And as Sean was talking about earlier, how, you wouldn't call a plumber to fix electrical stuff. Same applies with us on our end as far as our park maintenance and our recreation staff goes, as everybody is specialized in a certain way. Rick also oversees Tom's team for building maintenance. Underneath me, we have a recreation services supervisor, that's Rose Lacey, and she takes care of supervising all of our youth programs and senior program staff. So those are all underneath her. And then underneath me, I oversee Lynn Smith, who does all of our event programming, the aquatics team, and our admin group, which is Debbie Little, Nicole Markel, who does resource development, and our 2 front desk clerks. Back in the day, we used to have 8 supervisors, and as you can see, we have 4 currently, so we're a pretty flat structure, which makes us unique. So before I head into kind of our accomplishments and what lies ahead, I kind of want to share a little bit of information about our staffing history, just because I think it provides a really great framework to think about where we are right now and where we're going. So back in the good old days, we had 32.5 full-time equivalent staff. Once the Great Recession hit, we were down to 26.5, and it took 8 years to claw back to 30 FTE. We never recovered to the pre-recession staffing levels. Going into our last budgeting session, we actually dropped 5 FTE, 7 positions, including our park maintenance supervisor, a recreation assistant at the senior center, recreation coordinator, who also worked at Maple Lawn, and our Maple Lawn preschool staff. Those 2 got, in some respects, a 1-year reprieve as GAPS is now funding portion of those. This is all while the workload is not just remaining the same, but actually increasing. Staffing changes from this time last year. We're down 4.5 FTE. And some of that, a lot of that's due to COVID, but a lot of it's also due to us preparing for the upcoming biennium. We have 2 unfilled vacancies. We were gonna, when our aquatics manager retired last March, we were gonna bring them back as a supervisor. We did not do that. I am now overseeing aquatics. Additionally, when our clerk 3 retired, that position has been left unfilled, and we hope to bring it back when we actually are able to open the senior center up again. We've had 3 layoffs. Our full-time recreation aide for sports, our full-time events and program coordinator for sports, our half-time building maintenance for aquatics. Those were all absolutely heartbreaking, and our staff have done the absolute best that they can to keep a good face on and continuing to move forward. In addition to that, furloughs due to COVID. We did it back in the spring and even in this winter currently. This photo on the right-hand side, just keep moving forward one day at a time. We're doing very regular Zoom meetings for our recreation team when COVID hit, as things were changing hourly, when we were trying to maintain a little bit of control in our uncontrollable world. And so this was a message that we posted, trying to be positive and let our community know it's going to be okay. We're going to make it through. We're all dressed as superheroes, in case anybody's curious, because we were channeling that energy. We're Parks and Recreation after all. And when you look at this photo, the part that was kind of heart-wrenching as I posted it is 4 of those staff members are no longer here because either their job was either eliminated through layoff or retirement that we're not backfilling.
Kim,
and everybody else has been impacted through furlough.
Kim, I don't think you've advanced the slide because you're referencing a photograph.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm looking at 2 different screens. Daggone it. Well, it's okay. I'll be the first IT challenge of the day. So yes, so this is our pretty amazing crew. As I mentioned about furloughs, we had 4 full-time, 2 half-time, 2 one day a week, and then all of us supervisors in the Parks and Recreation side are having furlough days as well. And on top of this, that also doesn't include the 100 part-time staff that were laid off, that are either our instructors, lifeguards, park event assistants. It just kind of goes on and on. It's been a rough year. So our strengths, and thinking about how to plot the path forward, I drew back on my days of going to business classes, and I put together my SWOT analysis. So you're going to hear my strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So our strengths. In a traditional year, we are just, we are the gold standard for events, not just in Parks and Recreation, I would just say in community events, not just in Oregon, not just in the Northwest, but nationally. We have won over 40 awards in the last 10 years. To put it in perspective, most Parks and Recreation departments generate about $1.50 per capita in sponsorship. We are at $8.50, and that is due to absolutely the relationships that our team has built and the quality of programming that we put together. Sponsorships. In an average year, we get about over $500,000 between in-kind and financial. Once again, pretty much unheard of. And that has taken a lot of hard work, a lot of dedication, a fabulous community to support. But if we weren't providing quality program, then people wouldn't be interested in providing those funds. Our senior center sees over 20,000 visits annually. As I mentioned before, we have 500 plus programs in a traditional year. Some of the ones that we're most proud of include the Water Safety Awareness Program, which teaches over 2,500 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders water safety awareness over a 2-week program. We provide swim lessons. Some of them are even scholarshiped and totally free for our parts of our community that are a little bit more vulnerable. Our GEMS Dance Team program is absolutely fantastic and incredibly popular. Even during COVID, when you couldn't dance indoors, they still were getting together as a social outlet, which was incredibly impactful for those youths. We have camps, we have youth classes. At the senior center, it's not, we're providing Meals on Wheels, tax aid, resources for all sorts of topics that come up as you're moving to that next chapter in life. But we also do just regular programming for adults too, art, fitness, skill building classes. It's really pretty incredible when COVID is not here, what all happens at our facilities. Additionally, strengths over the last year, when everything kind of came to a halt, we were actually able to accomplish some pretty major projects. For example, the pickleball courts we put in. It's a unique partnership with Lynn Benton Community College. SDC funds were used to construct about $339,000 on that property, but LBCC is going to maintain in perpetuity. So it's a really nice partnership. And those courts are totally free for general pop-in use for the community. The gravel bar. So when the 2019 flood happened, it moved a whole lot of gravel in the river. And once again, this is a no man's land project. Who takes care of it? Because we have property that butts up against the river, it kind of seemed like it was us. And so that was a $50,000 project that thankfully Fire came in and they paid for a portion of it too, because they used the boat launches for emergency rescues in the water. At Sunrise Park, we were able to complete that project. This is the new playground that's there. Welcome to Albany signs, the signs that are on Route 20 as you head into town from the north and from the east side. Our team worked to repurpose some of the old Cara signs. Thanks, Matt, for the design work. And then, in fact, our resource development coordinator is working with civic groups right now to help try to recoup some of that cost and put together a maintenance account, as it cost over the $4,500 that we have recovered at this point. But once again, it was a project that needed to be done and it looked like it was ours. Public art installation, the flowers that were just installed in December, we worked through that as well. And then all of the COVID improvements. Holy moly, our building maintenance team has just been the HVAC system, sanitation, fixtures. They've been incredibly busy trying to get everything up to its new code. And then Hackelman Lighting, this is one particular example of a pretty cool partnership, as Hackelman Park has sometimes has a lot of frequent flyers and we get complaints about safety down there. And lighting has always been an issue. And so we were able to work with the police department and come up with an opportunity that actually CARES funding was able to fund. And so we're just incredibly thankful for that. And in fact, we have seen some of our issues go down route there. And then last one of our strengths, I shouldn't say last one, last slide of our strengths is just generally resilience. Our staff is absolutely dedicated. It's been a hard year for everybody, and they have showed up in whatever form that looks like. If it's our park maintenance staff still reporting to work and getting out there and working with frustrated community members out in the parks as things were closed. On our recreation side, folks teleworking, not teleworking, trying to coordinate virtual programs and real life programs with ever-changing guidelines. It's absolutely, staff have been unbelievably amazing. Thinking back to the sponsorships, as I mentioned before, when all of our programs were canceled last year for River Rhythms, Northwest Art and Air, you would have assumed everybody would have pulled their money. They didn't. Sponsors left $76,000 for us to do programs with. They said, we trust you, we know you, make a difference, continue to program, find a way to spend this money, and we're here with you. And that is unheard of. And those funds help to fund some of the programs that I'm going to mention in a second. Additionally, we have been applying for grants left and right. And in the last year, we have been awarded over $100,000 from 10 different programs and for improvements. Once again, between the grants and the sponsorship money, that really helped to keep us afloat a little bit during COVID. Programs that we were able to put forward even during COVID, the Fun in the Park to Go drive-throughs, which brought about 400 kiddos and family members through every week. We did the Trick or Treat Cruise through, Winter Wonder. In April, we were going to have a family photo day. Couldn't do that, so we brought the family photos to your front porches. When seniors, their year got cut short, we worked with one of our wonderful sponsors and put together cap and gown photos. Our water awareness camp moved from being a 2-week-long program to a camp that kiddos could sign up for that was grant funded. We've done STEM programming, a virtual 5K, and we're even doing seasonal senior surprise bags, which we had our second pickup last week. And it's 50 seniors get games, crafts, reading material, puzzles, as a way to help combat loneliness and just depression during these really hard times. We're also working really hard with partnerships. Gaps, for example, when Maple Lawn Preschool was eliminated from the budget in the last go around, I had a year to figure out, okay, how do we try to find another way for this program to stay alive? And so working with Gaps, they have come on and signed a 3-year contract saying, yes, we will pay for all parts of it. Fun fact, even when we are in COVID. And as a result, 80 kiddos are still able to have a preschool for a little while longer. When we had to make the heart-wrenching decision to cut our adult sports leagues program, we worked with some of our partners. We let them know what was going on, and they said, we want to help. What can we do? So we were having volleyball already at the Albany Boys and Girls Club, so they took it on in-house. Corvallis was working with us as some of our adult softball leagues already played in both communities, and they said, we'll just expand ours. So while we are so sad that we don't get to keep them anymore, I'm really proud that we've been able to say, we're trying to not totally provide a gap in service. We're trying to figure out a way to still provide opportunities, ideal or not. Meals on Wheels continue to run through COVID. Yeah, it's just, we've been very fortunate with our partnerships. Something that I wanted to touch on is mowing and irrigation savings. So we've been putting a Band-Aid on things for a while, as I'll talk about coming up when I look at our backlog. But we're trying to be really mindful as to where we can save money without totally, sinking our boat in the future. And so this time around, looking at our mowing schedule and our irrigation schedule, we were able to pinch the pennies to the tune of $96,000 this year. We won't be able to do it again next year because we'll really be digging ourselves a hole. But staff knew that they needed to help us keep our head above water this year, and they did everything that they could. Heck, even when we chip sealed the drive that goes in front of park maintenance to Timberland, we worked it as a training opportunity with the county. So we saved about $5,000. We were like, sure, come on out, train on our train on our property. We'll still get the job done, but it'll help be at a price tag that we're actually able to handle. All right, our weaknesses. Limited staffing. Sean mentioned this earlier with how on the IT side we stand up. The average for community art is about 9.3 full-time FTE per 1,000 folks, and we are at 5.2. So we are well below the national average for staffing. And with that said, we are actually over in acreage. Normally, acreage is 8.5 acres per 1,000 residents, and we're at 16.26. So we're kind of out of whack there. And once again, doing more with less has just been the only way to survive. With that said, we're kind of we're at that tipping point, and we're already starting to see it as we're losing programs. So weaknesses, we have limited operational funding. Our deferred maintenance backlog is at $5 million, and it grows by $200,000 annually. Once again, we've sometimes had to put the Band-Aid on it just to say, okay, we won't take care of it this year, but next year we will. And that can just keeps getting kicked down the road, and it's going to bite us. Limited program space. A lot of other communities have, multi-generational community centers and recreation facilities. And that's in our master plan that we went out. Some folks really want that. At this time, we have Albany Community Pool, which we manage, but we don't own. We have Cool Pool, which is a seasonal facility. We have the Swanson Center, which is attached to it, which we use for a lot of fitness and youth programs. And other than that, it's our senior center, and we're kind of really bound by that. So we need to figure out ways to make each square foot profitable, or a little bit more profitable, so that we're able to be sustainable. And then COVID. It's a moving target. Like I said, at least we're on a good day where we've moved into the high risk category away from extreme. So we've got the pool open, but the evolving guidelines are ever changing. Sometimes they contradict themselves, and it's all requiring additional staffing and cleaning and supplies, which is more expensive. And when we're dependent on generated revenues, if we have another closure, that means that we're taking staffing down. We, at this point, don't have anything else to cut. And then one other thing for COVID that we're thinking about is the transient lodging taxes. That pays for about $173,000 worth of, River Rhythms, Northwest Art and Air. And as we're unsure what that's going to look like as we move forward. So we're just trying to figure out how we're going to be able to financially manage. Opportunities internally. We're kind of a new, in some respects, a new organization. There's been new leadership, lots of changes in staffing, COVID. And when we come back, it's just going to look different. And so we're thinking about maybe coming back and looking at our mission, doing a revamp and figuring out what our new battle cry is. Reorganization, you've seen it. Our span of control is kind of out of control. And as a result, some things are falling off plates. And we're just not as efficient as we could be. So trying to figure out how we can better align people so that we're honoring the work that they're doing while trying to avoid burnout. Team building, all the way around. We're a pretty social group. Well, the recreation side is, the park side is when we kind of get in there. But we need to work on that in our communication, especially coming out of COVID. This has been really hard and people have a lot of, we've just got stuff to work through. And then lastly, the cost recovery update. So cost recovery models are when you're putting together a program, you are accounting for your coordinating time, your credit card processing fees, all your materials and supplies, frontline staffing. So we have that currently, but we really need to go back and take a look to say, how much do we want to subsidize programs? And that's something that will be coming to you in the moving forward with some more information and clarity. But overall, yeah, we just need to make sure that we are recovering our costs. And then partnerships, trying to figure out how we can continue to leverage those in a way that makes us sustainable and hopefully makes them sustainable as well.
Kim, can
Yes,
you
sir.
go back to that slide?
Yep.
You'll have to let everybody know who the young lady in orange is.
Oh, so couldn't help myself. That's my little munchkin. She's finally old enough to be able to walk and like hold her core up. So her first trip to the slide was last weekend, and this is a moment of pure joy. I documented it to share it with the staff to say, even in all the craziness going on, we are making moments like this still happen in all of our parks and our trails and at our facilities. So we will get back to fun one day, I promise.
So
Thanks,
sweet.
Peter. I just snuck her in there. All right. And move quickly because I know I've got the gift of gab. So more opportunities. So thank you all for passing our master plan last month. So figuring out how we're going to be able to move forward and check some of those things off the list. The Albany Waterfront Project, I'm so thankful that Seth and Sophie have had us so in we get to be in all the meetings to talk about how it's going to impact Monteith and how it's going to impact Dave Clark Path. So the senior center. So due to COVID, we have sadly had to take a look at what in the world programs are going to look like in there because it's our most vulnerable population. We won't be able to open up until we are even out of the green category. And so we've made hard decisions to change the pool table area and the computer rooms just because that type of congregating won't be allowed for a long time and they weren't generating revenue. And so we've gone ahead and tried to figure out how we're going to convert those into spaces that could be used for birthday parties, fitness classes, and a wider variety of programs. Congregating is just going to be difficult. And so with less staff and less resources, what trend that we're seeing kind of across the nation is a lot of our senior centers are looking at becoming community centers just because there's limited resources and people are trying to be as absolutely efficient with the space that they have. So trying to figure out if that is something that we're going to need to figure out while still being there for our seniors and providing them a place to gather and to find comfort and friendship and activity. Maple Lawn at post Greater Albany Public Schools. Like, what do we do with that building? We have ideas for how to use it as a youth space, but coming to fruition will be an opportunity. And then just generally rebuilding post-COVID. A lot of things that are happening are going to stick around. So hybrid programs, trying to adapt to the ongoing industry changes and trends. How are our flagship events going to evolve and continue in a post-COVID communities? And just kind of trying to figure all of that out. And lastly, our volunteer program. Back in 2019, we had 864 volunteers. They contributed close to 9,000 hours, which the independent sector values at $221,000. This is through Adopt a Park, it's through events, it's through our senior volunteers. We unfortunately haven't been able to really tap into that as much this year due to COVID protocols, but thinking about how we can re-energize that group and move forward and do even more. Talking about threats, aging facilities. As I've mentioned before, we have been working on a shoestring budget for a long time, and some of those checks are getting ready to come due. Our $5 million backlog, once again, growing by $200,000 annually. ADA, in our master plan, it talked about us needing to bring a transition plan forward. That costs about $120,000. I just got the quote. So trying to figure out in a budget that is already very much contracted, how we make that a priority and move forward. Capital projects, SDC funding, what do we do with that? Do we move forward with the Timber Ridge Park, which is going to be on the east side of town? Are we able to get SDC methodology changed so that we can have reimbursement dollars, that we could tackle projects like Henderson and Deerfield? Henderson Park is the one that's lovely, but a little rusted out that you're seeing on your screen right there. That park's over 50 years old and in much need of revamp. In general, drop in level of service. We're already starting to see it. Our staff prides themselves on being, quick, Johnny on the spot. Yes, we'll help. Yes, we'll take care of it. Well, we can't do that as much anymore because we physically don't have the people, we don't have the resources. And that's heartbreaking for our staff, but it's also hard for the community that is used to saying, yes, we want this and we want it now, and having it being completed. And then this other one, staff burnout. We are down 13% of our workforce since in this past year. In the last 2 years, we're down 27%. Staff are exhausted. It is, we keep asking them to do more with less. And at a certain point, you have to be worried, when are you going to burn out your staff and lose them to other communities? It's just really hard. And then lastly, threats. Fun fact, this picture was taken this time last year at Albany Community Pool as we were doing district championships. Today, we're happy to have 50 people in the building. So it just goes to show we're changing our perspective as to what winning is these days. But threats, without a new funding source, we're potentially, having to look at program and event elimination. So we've already lost Maple Lawn Preschool and our adult sports programs. We've already reduced River Rhythms by one event. We don't have much more to lose in that aspect. Facility reductions and closures, some of the forecasting that we were looking at as to what the next biennium will look like, for us to reach that, it would essentially mean closing one of our facilities, or definitely reducing the hours and availability. And then park maintenance cuts. Do we stop irrigating some of our neighborhood parks, knowing that once that grass goes brown, it's going to take a lot of work and a lot of money to come back? Do we discontinue the plantings that are out and about that Francisco does such a beautiful job on? And what does our urban forestry program look like? Do we still get to have a dedicated staff member for that? I'm just so incredibly proud of the team for trying to make lemonade out of lemons. They've done a phenomenal job, and they're doing everything that they can, and I'm trying to do everything that I can to make sure we've got some stability as we move forward. And that's it. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Kim. And it looks like Councilor Kopczynski has a question.
Good afternoon, Kim. Some wonderful and positive and scary information that you passed on. We'll get through this. You mentioned in passing that, losing a lot of volunteers, but you didn't mention a number. Just anecdotally, I spent an awful lot of hours down at the carousel, and when COVID hit, we lost over 50% of our volunteers within a month, and we're not back to where we were before. So if you can figure out how to crack that nut, because it's happening to all sorts of organizations for volunteers, I'd sure love to hear about it. So that's all I've got. Thank you.
I'll be happy to pass along any gems if we discover them.
Thanks, Ray. And Kim, if you stop sharing, we'll get everybody to show up in big picture style.
Oh.
Councilor Johnson.
Yeah, Kim, thanks for the report. And I know it's been really hard for, fewer people to still keep the same services. And that's what people come to expect. But I had an idea as you were talking about volunteers and stuff like that. Have you ever heard, where they have adopt a highway where different organizations or people adopt a section of the highway and do it? Have you ever heard of an adopt a park group?
Yes, and we actually have one. Well, we have a lot of them, and it's run by a volunteer and one of our Parks and Rec commissioners, Jill Van Buren, helps to coordinate it. And so we do have a lot of our parks that have been adopted by individuals and groups that want to go out and provide service in there. At this point, it doesn't come with dollars attached to it. Some of the Adopt a Park programs, people actually pay money to adopt. And that's something that we're looking with our foundation to figure out how we can maybe have a Friends of the Parks program or Adopt a Park to help with that. But yeah, no, right on.
Yeah, because, anything could help, but I really want to commend, the whole staff of all the city departments, but, there comes a time when people can't expect to have it. Like you said, they want it now. And I don't know how we can keep it up, but I appreciate all you guys' work. Thank you.
And Mayor Johnson.
So thank you, Director Ledane. Great report, and I feel for you. I know you're going through a lot of changes, just having started, family medical leave. Your daughter's beautiful, by the way. I know you have challenges, and I sincerely appreciate them, because one of the things that's near and dear to me is the parks, because I'm a softball umpire, and losing that program, it shakes me to my core. Is there any way that we can? I know that the other communities are brought in softball, fast pitch softball. Is there any way we can utilize field space and have some of those tournaments now that we're at a higher level
Sure.
of closure?
Sure. So the way with the elimination of adult leagues, we're actually looking at making Timberland for adults and potentially toying with the idea of making Bryant just for youth, because we've heard over and over again that youth don't have enough playing spaces in the community. And with the way the leagues were set up, pretty much the fields were just locked off except for league nights. And so we're still going to be doing rentals for tournaments. Community groups are still able to come on in and run programs. It's just that we're not going to be the ones programming them. So yes, the fields are still going to be available. It's just it's going to be programmed by outside tournament groups, and it will essentially be a rental facility.
So I introduced you to a person up in Salem. Would you still have you been in touch with you lately?
I believe he's been emailing back and forth with Rick to determine scheduling availability.
Okay, as long as that's been happening, that's good. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it.
We're on it.
Okay. Any other questions? We're now only 1 minute ahead of schedule. Bessie.
I'll hurry with this one. Kim, you were saying that you're, thinking about closures, like senior center, community pool. Is there a way that you can get like a 6-month assessment of how many go to the senior center, how many go to the community pool? I know they're both popular, and I thought, maybe that's something when we go to budget and stuff, you could let us know. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Most certainly. And I should clarify, we've done the gross, we've done a lot of our hard gross work to get us to where we need to pass this next, the next 2 years, 21 to 23. It's after that, if we do not have any new funding mechanisms, that we would have to come back and take a look at the senior center and the pool. So I don't want to cause too much alarm, as we've already done it. We've done a lot of the ugly work already this year. It's just kind of trying to figure out how we move forward if we don't have any new funding mechanisms.
All right. Thank you, Kim. Okay, next we're going to move on to the library, and I think Eric is standing by and ready to go. So I'll hand it over to Eric Eichenoway.
All right. Thanks, Peter. I am here. And want to see that? Okay. Can everyone see my slide?
Well, we've got your Outlook calendar.
Oh, well, anybody want to take a meeting for me? Is that down now? Is it just slideshow? Should be.
We got plenty. Thank you, Eric.
Okay. Yeah, you do. Yeah. All right. So
Eric, I think you'll need to stop sharing and then try again and pick the slideshow, because we still have your calendar up.
Oh, cool.
There we go.
All right. Good times. Okay, so I will just jump into this. You guys, I thank you. I know you're in the midst of a pretty long day, and I will try to move with some alacrity as I go through this. And there we go. So the vision and mission of the library. These are actually relatively new vision and mission statements. They were just being adopted shortly before I started working here, and I'm really impressed with them, mostly because of it was a real full staff development of this vision and mission, and also reaching out to many community partners to help develop these. A couple things I think about. The vision statement has a real sense of optimism about it, celebrating curiosity, knowledge, and possibility. That sense of optimism has been in short supply recently. So I'd like to look to that vision statement as something that kind of guides us moving forward. The mission statement, this talks basically who we are and what we do. I think the one challenge this year that we never expected that providing quality services in a safe space would mean not letting people into our building. That has been a real challenge for us, and you'll kind of see that upcoming in some of my slides. Okay, values. Service. I won't read all these to you, but I'll highlight the service. The library staff here, they are a customer service group. That is their priority. They are amazing at it. A lot of the stereotype of the librarian is usually somebody who shies away from that. They like books, not people. Our staff like both, and they just do an amazing job. So when we had to try to learn to provide services during COVID, the idea of how do we jump up and serve? How do we help people? How do we do this? That was really motivating for us. Another one I'll highlight, access. We remove barriers in order to provide resources and services to the community widely and equitably. It seemed like this year at every step we took, there was another barrier being put down to how we could try and provide services, whether it was limits to people in the building, whether it's just more outbreaks, just a whole variety of things. And then lastly, I will highlight fun. We take play, discovery, joy, and humor seriously. Again, I have to really credit Amanda Bressler, our assistant director here. She really kind of carved these value statements out from the staff, and I think they're absolutely wonderful. Okay, here's our org chart. As you can see, we have 3 vacancies. Those are vacancies that have been left open since the beginning of this have been obtained, I guess, since the beginning of this fiscal year. One right at the start of the fiscal year, and then a couple other in the following months after that. We've left those positions open as a cost savings method. For what it's worth, one of those vacancies was created by a retirement. The other 2 were created by staff members who kind of saw the pending financial situation and were luckily able to find other jobs that seemed like were going to be around in a year. So I will say, currently, being able to this staffing level where we actually have our doors closed, this staffing level is manageable, but trying to reopen to anywhere near our normal hours would be almost impossible with this amount of staff, but we will figure out what we can do. So what are we doing? So before I get into the curbside circulation, we have staff on site and off site answering phones, providing reference help. This time of year tends to be a lot of tax questions. people rely on us to be able to get them tax information. And unfortunately, one of our great community partners, AARP, was unable to provide tax help. We usually provide space for them to provide tax help. They don't feel comfortable doing that currently, and so we know that's a big hole in the community right now, not being able to offer tax help for the citizens out there. And really, what we learned, sometimes when you work a reference desk, you realize you're kind of just a talking phone book, where somebody will just call and they need to know the number to this store, the address to this place, something that a lot of people can do. But in these times, we realize that being a talking phone book, we are also a kind ear to listen to somebody who maybe hadn't had a human interaction for a little while, hadn't talked to somebody, and that was rewarding and something that kind of helped the staff keep going. So one of our biggest undertakings while being closed was curbside circulation. Sean mentioned this a little in his presentation. One of the accomplishments that IT had in helping us. Jeremy, our staff member, IT library staff member, was amazing. We would not have been able to figure this out without him. But really, so like you all know, you've all visited a grocery store lately and have had to do curbside pickup or wherever, or restaurants. So we wanted to be able to provide that service for our materials, but we didn't have really the tools in place to be able to adequately provide that. We had to kind of cobble together some different resources that we had, and then, again, Jeremy, our IT guy, had to learn some new stuff to help us. But this is kind of the process. It's a big process. We circulate about 8,000 to 9,000 items a month through our curbside, which isn't anywhere near what we would circulate if we were open, but it probably takes twice as much work to be able to circulate those items via the curbside method. And our physical item circulation down for the last fiscal year was actually down about 33%, which is understandable. We haven't had people in the building. Another way we got materials out into the community was we took about over 5,000 items that were either donations or discarded items from our library. We took those out to the school lunch sites. We took those and filled the little free libraries throughout the community. And then, in the staff report, when they would show up to the school lunch sites with the cart of books, they were just children just running to them with such great excitement. We also, when the fires did hit, we also took materials to the fairgrounds for those that had been evacuated. Okay, I'm going to go through some of our areas of service here. Adult services. Over here in the photo here, that's Felipe. He is at the Albany Farmers Market. Along with doing our curbside pickup, we also gave patrons the option to be able to pick up items at the farmers market. We figured that was they had already kind of established some safety protocols there, and we were able to partner there. And we would offer about 50 slots every Saturday, and they would usually fill up. So that was a real boon for us to be able to get those items out. Let's see, we've been doing all sorts of. We've added a tremendous amount of ebooks to our collection because that was what people were demanding. Being home, a lot of people, finally gave up and decided to learn how to use their e-reader, and then they would call the library and try and figure that out, and then they would see the library collection and they would wish that we'd have this book, or we wish that we had that book. So we added a lot of books for that. For patrons to be able to do that, we also added an e-card option for patrons to be able to create an e-card. And then recently, I guess in the last couple of months, we've started doing some homebound services for patrons, and that's been, we've started relatively small, but that's been a popular service to be able to get our items to those folks who can't do the curbside for one reason or another. Teen services, one area I want to focus on here are teen volunteers. They are our teen librarian Christine has done a great job of getting this group of volunteers, and during COVID they make greeting cards for children in the hospital, kids in foster care. They've been crafting pet toys, just a whole variety of things. And that's just one way that, at the library, we're kind of trying to teach people how to be good citizens. And I think that's been a great thing. You'll also see this is one of our teen crafts that we did. Christine put these crafts together. These are little air plants. And then they get the instructions on how to put them together, and they come and they can pick those up at the library when we're doing curbside. We've also been trying to take advantage of our social media presence. We've been doing more Instagram live videos where people can, since they can't come into the library to browse our collection, they're able to browse the collection via Instagram. And it's interesting, there's usually only a few people who do that live, but within a day or two, we'll have 60 to 80 to 100 people who have viewed that presentation, or viewed the little tour. So that's been great, and we've actually seen circulation increase from that. Spanish language services. One of the keys here is we try to offer as many of our services in Spanish as we do in English, and we try and duplicate our communication to the community every way possible. Millie, our Spanish services librarian, she gets out into the community. She serves on advisory committees, and she helps. She's teaching parenting classes in Spanish. She just gets out there and kind of does whatever role people ask of her in the community, and it's been really amazing. On the right here is we did a little Day of the Dead pickup, and I think we had over about 100 people come and pick up packets for that. And so that was been a real positive. Children's services, we've been doing virtual story times, which have slowly been gaining a lot of momentum as far as attendance, and it's a lot of work, but it's been a really great time and a really great skills challenge for our staff to figure out how to make story times online be something that people actually want to attend. And one thing I want to focus on here is our take-home kits. So we have those. These are craft kits and STEM learning kits that are services that we're able to provide because we have worked with some community partners for our STEM kits. The STEM Hub has donated some funds for us to be able to create these kits that kids can come pick up when we're doing curbside services, and they're just really fun learning activities. And then the Albany Rotary Club actually donated money for our craft kits, and just last Tuesday our love themed kits, we gave out over 200 kits in less than 2 hours, so that was pretty amazing. All right, I kind of want to show you a convergence of all these groups and how they've worked together to take what was seeming to be a little bit of a downer and made it into something positive. Summer reading, it's a kind of a foundational program that libraries offer. Normally, all these paper bags here would actually represent children, and they probably represent 2 or 3 children for each brown paper bag here, but this is our room, our meeting room that was filled with the prizes for various age groups, and it was just a really cool undertaking, and all the staff had a part in filling bags, distributing bags. But I'll talk a little more in depth about that. Just real quick, summer reading at the Albany Public Library is mind-blowing. When I interviewed for this position and they told me summer reading statistics, I was amazed. Like those are aspirational usage statistics for summer reading, and Albany was amazing. So 2019, you can see we had almost 4,000 registrations. See, that's almost cut in half. Almost everything was cut in half by having to move to a virtual program. But what we also did is we also offered paper reading logs, and again, we worked with our community partners. Safeway was a great community partner for us. They distributed a tremendous amount of reading logs to patrons. But so these are the changes. This is what it looked like 2 years ago and this year. And as you can see, you look at those numbers and it feels like it was, maybe it was a little bit of a disappointment. But overall, in our summer reading, we handed out over 1,800 prize bags. We gave out 5,600 books. And I should note that all those prizes and books, those are all things that we get from grant funding. Those we apply for the state library, various other donors. Wherever we can find money for grants to be able to do that, we will do it, and then we shop cheap. But again, even though our numbers were down from 2019, they were still above the national average and the state of Oregon's average as far as participation rates. So one thing I think that our staff has been proud of, that essentially the worst year, that our lowest volume year of participants for summer reading is double the state's average. So that's a tribute to the hard work. And when I talk about summer reading, and that's a fun program, it's great, yay. But one of the things I want to talk about, or mention is, studies have shown that 3 months without reading equates to about 6 months of loss for a student during the school year. So as you know, kids have been in and out of schools in various levels. So summer reading is a foundational offering for our community. To be able to get kids reading, to be able to have kids reading books it's obviously a top priority for any library. And the fact that our staff does it so well is something I'm very proud of. Sean mentioned this in his presentation about the Lynn Library Consortium. Really what this is, this partnership provides resources for all of our patrons, and it also kind of helps save us some costs by working with these other libraries for materials, and also to the catalog that we share, we get at a lower cost because there's more of us, which is very helpful. Supporters, I will be kind of quick here. Currently, the library is entirely dependent on fundraising for our library materials. We're very lucky this last year. The Library Foundation increased their donation by $10,000 for books, so they donated $50,000 for books this year. Friends of the Library are tremendous supporters, but they've had their challenges this year. You'll all be seeing emails shortly. We'll be Uncorked will be happening, but it will be happening virtually this year. But we don't know. We can't imagine that that's going to be the fundraiser that it has in the past. The library bookstore has been closed because we've been closed. They haven't been able to do their book sales, and so they estimate that they've been losing between $15,000 and $25,000 a year. That comes directly to the library. Another key is the Friends of the Library apply for a lot of grants for us. And as you can see, they've been successful. They get $67,000. So for this fiscal year, a lot of that's, again, tied to our summer reading and kids programs. But many funders have shifted their resources towards COVID-related causes, understandably. But that means there are fewer grants out there for less money, and there are more people competing for those grants. So when you're completely reliant on grants and donations, and you're having to fight for even more people for fewer dollars, it becomes a bigger challenge. To kind of help try and fill that gap a little bit in any way we can, we've tried to redirect a little more towards fundraising this year, smaller incremental fundraising. When we do our curbside, the patrons will receive a little slip that tells them, where our funding for books comes from, and that donations are a huge part of that. And so we get a lot of what we call the micro donations. We get a lot of, $10 here, $20 here. And so we've actually, this fiscal year, we've already received more in those small donations than we did last year. And last year that included a $10,000 donation from one donor. So, we're working every way we can to kind of close those gaps. Let's see. Next, it's similar to what both Sean and Kim have shown you guys in their presentations, is kind of showing how we relatively compare staffing-wise to some of the other libraries. So a couple things I want to highlight here. The percentage of registered borrowers compared to the service area, 72%, as you can see. Some of these other libraries that are near us, it's not even close. And I'll tell you, I attended a director's meeting when you could still attend meetings, and one of the directors from a library on this list came up to me and asked me how did we have so many registered borrowers? And one of the key answers with that is our great partnership with the GAPS school. The students at the GAPS get library cards, and that's an awesome thing to be able to provide. But as you can see, our FTE per 1,000 borrowers, so this was 1920, as I mentioned, those staffing losses we have incurred since that time. So we're 0.5 staff per 1,000 borrowers, and the state average is just over one staff member per 1,000 borrowers. So we're doing all we can with about roughly half as many staff members. One more, how we kind of compare in costs. Now, quickly, if you know math, which sometimes I do, but sometimes I don't, the Albany Public, you'll notice that this category, if you add those two numbers, they do not add up. That's because there are also other costs incurred. Building maintenance costs aren't included in there, nor are capital improvements. Those are also not, those figure into this total equation here. So this just shows, our cost per expenditures is below the average of these kind of peer libraries. Our staff expenditures are below, and our total expenditures are below. The elephant in the room. As a librarian, I'm obligated to have a literary reference in my slides. So I also have a 5-year-old daughter, so my literary reference is Babar. Quite simply, any cuts that we have to make upcoming can only come from reducing staff, and with fewer staff, we can only be open fewer hours. And when I say fewer hours, it's more of a case of not being open, a few hours here or there. It'll be days that the library will have to be closed. We've talked maybe, are we just going to be closed Mondays or something like that? But we'll see. In conclusion, in 2008, the last economic downturn, libraries saw a rise in usage as people were desperate for services that they could no longer access or afford. When our doors open again, people will come for all the fun items like the books and the story times, but they'll also come to learn new skills and attend programs. They'll learn new languages. They'll come to help to apply for jobs or to work on their resume. They'll come to meet with our partners like AARP for tax help, the Genealogical Society for researching. Parents will come for parenting help classes. And as we start to rebuild, the various aspects of the city coming out of COVID, people will depend on the various infrastructures that the city offers. And the Albany Public Library provides a social infrastructure for the citizens of Albany to come and rebuild themselves. So we really hope that we can be there to continue to help rebuild. And that is that.
Thank you, Eric. And are there any questions for Eric? Can I see this here? Councilor Kopczynski.
Yes, Eric, thank you. My wife being can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. thanks for doing what you do. My wife's a retired librarian back in the day. Having said that, I guess I think I know what the answer is, but have you looked into the possibility of the Canopy program for video streaming for folks? I think it's probably way cost prohibitive what I'm reading, but it sounds like it would be a good deal if and when.
Yeah, it is a cool program, and I've looked at it at the previous library that I was working at, and the costs are a real challenge. And their cost structure is interesting too. It's an
interesting monetizing process they have.
Yeah, and I've heard good and bad. I've heard some libraries that have really been able to succeed, but they really have to kind of limit their patrons in what they can do. So, it is a great service, but it's kind of pricey. So.
You're muted, Peter.
Oh, good. It wasn't just me that couldn't hear him. So.
Peter, you're on mute.
My apologies. And I said, thanks, Eric. We're still 3 minutes ahead. Well done. And if you look in the chat box on the right, you'll see presentations that folks have posted there, along with quite a few other interesting comments and resources. Okay, one last chance for a question for Eric, and if not, being 2 minutes ahead, we'll go over to Marsha Harnden and the police department.
Eric, I'll probably call you, and I've never met you in person, so I'd like to probably just call you and set up a time.
You bet. Sounds good, Alex. I appreciate that.
All right, everybody ready?
No.
Just as I was preparing, I decided to shut down PowerPoint, which is not always a good thing to do. So let me share here really quick. All right. Wrong one. Hang on. I'll swap these. All right. Everybody see the full one there?
Yes.
All right. All right. Let me get going here. All right. Afternoon, everybody. It's Saturday. Good morning. It's Saturday. So we're kind of going backwards a little bit, but I'll get through mine here real quick and answer any questions you have. So afternoon, Mayor and councilors, feel free to jump in or ask questions at the end. Maybe it'll advance for me. There we go. As Peter told you about the topics, we'll get through the same type of topics for the police department that he mentioned. The mission statement for the Albany Police Department. This is brand new. It's actually not even official yet. Very typical in police departments when a new chief executive comes in, as we take a look at the mission, vision, and values of the organization, and we embarked on a strategic planning episode and adventure about mid-year last summer, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. But we did develop a new mission statement, and the mission statement was developed by our line employees. I think that is always best, that our values and our mission be designed and implemented from the bottom up, and so that is what you're seeing here. And I asked them and tasked them with making sure that it correlated to our city's public safety goals of great neighborhoods, safe city, healthy economy, and effective government. We'll talk a little bit about how they get together there. And then revamped our core values. It is still excellence through service, but with the core values of integrity, adaptability, teamwork, dedication, service, and professionalism. How we're laid out, this is current as of today, but also I want to put in the bottom left-hand corner where we are frozen from the last fiscal year, just to give you an idea of how much we've retreated back with previous budget cuts. You have myself and two captains, one of which oversees all of our patrol and uniform section. That's they basically do everything for the 24/7, 365 coverage of the city. And then we have a support division captain that oversees the rest of the department. That includes our property evidence, records, our communication center, and the like. It's fairly evenly split staffing-wise across the department as far as how many people that they supervise, although we'll talk a little bit about some span of control issues that are emerging. And operations captain, currently it is Jerry Drum covering that. I don't know if Peter's let you know, but Alan Lynn is retiring at the end of March. And so Jerry Drum is currently covering operations for us. And then Brad Lyles, obviously, you know, is our support captain, and he oversees the rest of the department. Some of our frozen positions from the last fiscal year of 19 and 21 is 2 patrol lieutenants, which dropped us down to 2 in patrol, 3 police officer positions, 1 police clerk, 1 communications specialist, which is a dispatcher. And then we eliminated the street crimes unit, which did like our car prowl and more of our chronic crime problems in the city. And then as a cost cutting measure, we took the background investigations that we contracted out at about $30,000 to $40,000 per year and brought that back inside so we can reallocate that funding elsewhere. Some significant accomplishments. Considering what we were faced in the last year or two, we have a number of things to be very proud of. First of all is we're putting together the strategic plan that I mentioned just a second ago. It's a plan centered around the next 3-year cycle. I didn't want to go too far out considering we have a budget issue that we're dealing with, but it gives us a really good roadmap to see where the police department needs to head. There are 5 initiatives, which I'll go over here in just a second, but they also reflect the City of Albany's public safety goals. And then 5 initiatives also integrate President Obama's 21st century policing model, and I'll talk about that in just a second. The strategic initiatives that were developed in the plan, and this is a plan that was developed not by me, but by leadership from across the department with vested interest in their subject matter areas. And where do we want to go in the next 3 years? Number 1 was building a robust and high-performing workforce. And there's action items under each one of those. Utilizing data and technology to further our mission and efficiencies. An example of that would be, since we have challenges doing traffic enforcement across the city for safety, school zones and things like that, looking at automation. Every council's favorite topic of photo enforcement is one way to increase those efficiencies. Be good stewards of public funds, looking for grant opportunities to shore up and not go and ask for more money, things like that. Maintain and grow community engagement. That's been a tough challenge in 2020, but I think we've actually been able to accomplish that pretty well. We actually pulled off a youth academy and a community academy this year. So we're looking for ways to grow that in the interest of building public trust. And then looking for ways that we can strengthen our community and city partnerships. An example of that is we are already tied to the Sheriff's Office and to our regional partners for SWAT services and narcotics investigation, and how can we expand that out? One of the areas is that we're quickly being recognized as a very good training facility where we bring trainers in from across the nation rather than send people to schools elsewhere. We host the classes here and they come to us. We get usually free seats, things like that. So ways that we can build up partnerships. Kim Ledane talked about how we partnered with some issues with the park after hours and got some CARES money for better lighting. So there's all sorts of partnerships there. We recently talked with IT about absorbing some of the costs of their personnel. We've been blessed to have a full-time IT person. If you know anything about our technology, that's required, that we have a lot of support, but we decided that we would absorb some of that cost to take some pressure off of his budget. So those are the types of things that we're trying to do with this plan. Talk about the 21st century policing model. You'll notice from the picture that, yeah, this is the President Obama's era. It is a very good plan. It's widely regarded as one of the best policing models in the country. It was implemented and continued to be used regardless of who was in office. It's a really good roadmap to bring in a high-performing police agency and really instill a sense of excellence amongst policing here. The commission and the report, which is about 150 pages, came out of the Ferguson, Missouri incident involving the death of Michael Brown. And the takeaways and things like that are still very relevant today. And so these are things that we've already implemented. They were already here when I came here last year with a few shortcomings. We didn't have a strong officer wellness and safety program. I'll talk about that in just a second. Chief Latanzio had to cut money out of our training budget to try to keep FTEs. I do understand that, but eventually that becomes a risk management issue if we're cutting our training, things like that. And then also community policing, crime reduction. Those are all things that Albany has done very well. We're just trying to enhance those. And then our CALIA certification is something that I know that the council's proud of. We are proud of, particularly in the social unrest that we saw in 2020. We already had policies in place that most community activist groups were calling for amongst police agencies. Some of these things are now state law. We already had them in place in our policies. So that was a good place to be during that time. It's a good risk management tool to have that CALIA accreditation. We just went through our first review and we're in full compliance. They do a yearly review and select various things randomly to test us on, make sure we're compliant, and then we get a full sign off at the end of the 4th year. This also, CALIA sent out a number of national and state mandates that were changing, mostly in regards to how we track misconduct and use of force, things like that. Those things, we already had systems in place. It was an easy transition for us. Branding update. You see there's a new patch here. When I came on board, it was not my intent to come and make it my own, so to speak. I'm very much a servant leader, meaning that my job is to give my people the tools and training to be effective. But they came to me and said, we would like to look at updating our patch and our branding, and I said, go for it. I tell all my leadership here that when somebody comes to you with an innovative idea, your first answer should be yes. We'll see if we can give it a go as much as possible to spark innovation. And so they developed the design with the help of Matt Harrington. We put it out for a public vote, got a lot of good feedback, and the new patch is out and being transitioned over. There was no additional cost to APD. We had to replace our stack of patches anyway, and because we've been a customer, we didn't pay for the setup fee, and then decided as a cost-saving measure to make a slow changeover when we issue new uniforms. So you'll see a mix of the old and new for some time. So that was this is an example of the police department transitioning and transforming their public look, but it was driven from the people within the department. And then the wellness center. For those of you who have been in the building, this used to be the narcotics office, which is right across the hall from my office. So you'll notice there's no noise-making type of instruments there. Those are moved down to our Sallyport area. But wellness, we know it's been statistically researched over and over again. A healthy and well organization has lower misconduct and lower use of force, excessive use of force issues. So it was very much lacking when I got here. I came from a police department that the city actually had a wellness center, but I knew coming in that we didn't have the money to do this. So we were prepared to do a fundraising event out there, and we knew we needed anywhere between $25,000 and $35,000. And we had some very generous donations from the community. These are all commercial grade products. I think the total amount was $36,000. It was all publicly donated. We didn't pay for anything other than to have Ray from facilities come in and do some painting for us. Everything you see in these pictures was paid for through donations, and our folks are already taking advantage of it. So And we'll track and see how it impacts our healthcare and our workers' comp type charges. Now for the not so great news, our crime trends, for the first time in a little over a decade, our crime has increased. There's several factors to that. Obviously 2020 was an odd year. These are 2020 numbers. Peter probably forwarded a crime report, which you all have, goes into great detail about those numbers. Overall, the city's crime climbed 5.1%. Now, you'll read a lot that crime in many cities has gone up, and that is accurate. But we're seeing some a little bit bigger increases than most cities, and there's a couple of reasons for that. Violent crime went up 8.6%. We had 3 homicides last year as opposed to 1 the year before. Our property crime also increased, but it was kind of a strange way that it increased, and that was mostly COVID related. Some of the factors in that is our operational strength. As you saw in our org chart, that we are already down 5 police officer positions from the last budget cycle. We ran at around 2 to 5 vacancies, police officer vacancies this year. And so that affects our operational strength and our ability to put police officers on the street. We have a minimum staffing for patrol every day. And we're constantly at that or below that, which means we have to hire somebody on overtime to come in to fill those shifts to make sure that we have enough people out on the street. And that doesn't give them a lot of time to get out on the street. In the police world, ideally, we want a 30-30 split of an hour, 30 minutes reactive, 30 minutes proactive. We'll find out here shortly, but I don't believe, especially during the day, that we're anywhere close to that. We're having a specialist come in and put on a class so we can assess what that looks like, and he arrives here in a couple weeks. Our average trained officer ratio, which is basically our staffing ratio, is fluctuated. There's a chart coming up where we'll talk about that, and again, our proactivity has been minimal. COVID-19, obviously, during the month of March and April, I stopped all proactive activity. Mostly because the jail was basically shut off operations for everything but serious crimes, and I didn't want our people to risk getting sick unnecessarily, so we shut that down briefly, picked it back up again. We also didn't want to go out there and write speeding tickets and low-level things for people during a pandemic. It was the optics of it. We didn't want to go out there and enforce the law. So COVID-19 had significant impacts there. We also saw our call load. You'll see crime was up, but our number of total calls for the city was down, which was, you almost never see that. Again, the trained officer ratio, again, that's that available and trained officers on the street. And then we have noticed too that 40% of our officers that we've hired in the last 3 years have failed the program. And so there's a number of tweaks that will occur and are occurring now to try to mitigate that loss. I'll talk a little bit about the state average here shortly. And as we know, the city continues to grow during this. And as the city continues to grow, so does the calls for service. So as the other directors have mentioned, we're doing more with less resources to do it. So our foundational challenges, and I'll go through each one briefly. I'm sure there'll be some questions on it. But talk about all the things that are challenges moving forward. Recruitment, our candidate pool for law enforcement is drastically reduced. When I took the test in 1993, I competed against 500 people. We're lucky if we have 70 people apply at any given portal. People don't want to go into the profession, and I don't blame them right now considering the rhetoric out there in that. So if for every, say we get 100 candidates, only 10% will be qualified through the background process. And so that's not a good place to be. I think we ran 4 or 5 different cycles last year, and we've only been able to hire maybe 5 or 6. So it is a problem getting people to come into the profession. Budget uncertainty is making it hard to attract lateral candidates who can be trained and on the street in 3 months as opposed to 12 months. A brand new baby police officer, as we call it, takes 12 months to train and get out on the street on their own. So for every person we lose a year's worth of work, even if we had somebody trained and ready to go. And Peter's been very good about allowing us to stay up on hiring as much as possible, but recruitment's a challenge. So we're trying to get as many people in Currently, as of today, we have 3 vacancies. We're hiring one that starts tomorrow, but we anticipate a number of vacancies throughout the year, some planned and some not planned. Retention, it's a major challenge in policing these days. Again, we are losing our officers in our first year at 40%, state average is 32%. We've done a number of things on how we are recruiting people, how we're testing them, and doing some training adjustments. We started a mentoring program for new hire. We actually start a mentoring program while they're in the recruitment phase. So the minute they get sent to us to do the physical agility test, if they look viable, they get a mentor even before they're an employee, just so that they have somebody to get them and they know what they're getting into. We know what we're getting into before we invest a whole ton of money on them. Longevity police officers within the millennial and Gen Z is now 5 to 7 years, as opposed to the average of 18 to 25 years. Danette can tell you it is expensive to hire police officers and train them. We're talking over $100,000 in the first year, if not $150,000 in the first year to hire and train them and equip them. When we're losing them at 5 to 7 years, that's not a great return on investment. So that's an area all law enforcement is dealing with here in the United States. Growth, obviously we know a little bit about growth in the city. This is in the crime report for more detail. It is really reflective that we're regressing backwards at the number of police officers per 1,000 inhabitants. It would be ideal if we grow with population growth. I know that doesn't happen. It's never happened in my career, but at least being able to anticipate and try to keep up. But growth is a challenge for us. And budget. When I came in actually even when I interviewed for the job about a year and a half ago, I knew that this issue was coming at us. I had many discussions with Chief Latanzio about the decisions he made at the time. And again, in the 2019-21 budget, 7 positions were frozen. 5 of those were police officer positions. If there isn't a solution, I'd stand to lose 8 to 10 more positions, which will put us back to mid-1995 staffing levels for the city. I think there's some risk that we are going to inherit if that happens. Pre-identified, these are not totally hard and solid, but these are areas that we've identified where we can make additional cuts in the next biennium. One is a police lieutenant's position, which creates a span of control issue for me with the number of officers that would report to one supervisor. 2 school resource officers will be cut. These are sworn police officer positions. Now, not the individuals, the 2 senior people in those positions, but those positions would be eliminated, and then the people with least seniority would be at risk. GAPS is aware of this. We're watching it closely as we move forward. We do have a financial agreement with them. A traffic officer, which is also a sworn police officer position. Just today, Peter sent me a citizen that's very unhappy with some speeding issues. I would love to dedicate some personnel to it. That particular officer right now is covering shortages in patrol. So that's one thing that will be impacted if we lose that position. We do have a communications center here. Our manager is at risk. We identify that we can combine that position with our records systems manager position. Creates another span of control. There's 18 employees reporting directly to that person if we make this cut, but we feel we can make that work without having to cut another police officer position. This particular position may have some attrition naturally occurring currently anyway. 2 community service officers who do our trash and junk, parking issues, homelessness issues, things like that. There's 4 positions total, but 2 of those would be cut. 1 crime prevention specialist, which is Laura. Not Laura specifically. She has the ability to stay on because of her seniority, but that particular position would be cut. That is hugely impactful because it's our community academy, our youth academies, all of our outreach, our block watch, all of that we'd have to cut those services. and then 2 potential additional positions, depending on what the final budget numbers are. And I'm going to do my best to keep them in non-sworn positions. We really run some risks by cutting our positions any further that are sworn. One thing to keep in mind, again, we'll drop to 1995 levels. Our response times, we know, are creeping up already. You'll see that in the crime report. Our clearance rates, our proactivity will be affected. And then we are already in a violent crime only for our detectives. We've had the same amount of detectives since the 1990s, which means all we're really doing is very serious financial cases. We're talking about 6 figures or better and violent crime. I don't know if most people know that we do ICAC cases, which are internet crimes against children's cases. These are the child exploitation and child pornography cases. Any given time, we are so understaffed, we have 20 to 30 cases we are not touching. And that's not a good place to be. It opens us up to some risk. Public trust is a challenge for us. Obviously, we've all seen what's occurred across the country. It is ongoing, will continue. We have absolutely wonderful public support. You know, the passage of the levy is a key indicator of that. But I will tell you that our underrepresented and communities of color, their opinion is different. And so we're working hard to build that up as well. But we're fighting some historical relationships with the Albany Police Department and then the national narrative around policing. We created a diversity advisory team. Last year when I came on, it got a little bit delayed because of COVID, but we did get that up and running. Stacey Bartholomew just jumped off of that onto the council, and I appreciated her input there. And it's a cross section of community members that give us advice and a sense as to how we're doing with our underrepresented communities, as well as they get to participate in our hiring process, our promotional process, and any major initiatives that we have. The strategic plan also identifies several action items related to the 21st century policing model that will help us grow that public trust. As my people hear from me every single day, every contact with the community is an ambassadorship for what we do. So how we treat people, how we engage with community, those things matter. And if we treat people poorly, they think all of us treat people poorly. So that's an area that we will constantly be working on. Ballot measure 110, that is certainly going to be a major impact to the city. Financially, for one, we will lose several $100,000 of state money that comes from marijuana that's being reallocated. It has already come into law as of February 1st. It decriminalizes low dose of cocaine, methamphetamine, heroin, and other drugs to a $100 fine or proof that you've reached out for support services. There is absolutely no recourse if somebody blows off the ticket or they fail to call the line. There's absolutely nothing we can do. There's no recourse other than if they have a $100 fine, they fail to pay it, then the court can send them through collections. It is well intended, but very poorly structured. There's no infrastructure in place and no ramifications for those who don't seek treatment or pay the fine. I know Peter passed on the documentary out of Seattle called Fighting for the Soul of Seattle. Seattle decriminalized minor possession very similarly to what this ballot measure does. And you can see the implications there. They just don't have the infrastructure to support it. Believe me, I'm all for whatever we can do to try to stem the flow of drugs. And I don't think the criminal justice system is the only path, but right now it's no path. We have absolutely nothing to work with there. I will tell you that my entire career, drug use drives property crimes like car prowl, theft, and burglary. There is no way for us to intervene or enforce treatment, which we anticipate a further spike in crime that did occur in the city of Seattle. So it's something to watch there. With no enforcement of treatment and compliance, we also believe it will further exacerbate homelessness and mental health issues that overlap. Again, it's not that we can't arrest people and put them in jail. The law is so poorly structured. There is no system in place for people to turn to. They have a hotline to call, and that is it. I will tell you that mental health, we have a massive crisis regionally in the state, and this will probably impact that as well. So it is not, I don't see good things coming out of ballot measure 110. There is a legislative fix in the works, but I don't know the particulars of it just yet. So our 2-year projections moving forward, again, staffing reductions is our biggest threat area moving forward. 4 police officer positions in addition to the 5 out of those 7 already frozen. We would eliminate the community resource unit, so our 2 remaining CSOs would be assigned to patrol teams and do the best that they can to stay ahead of issues around livability in the city, such as the shopping carts, homeless camps, and things like that. And then I'm very much concerned about some leadership span of control concerns that could potentially lead to some disciplinary things that the city doesn't want to see happen. Again, we would may have to make cuts to service. Crime prevention services would be cut, which includes the school resource officers and our traffic enforcement. Community outreach in Laura's position would go away. And then we do a fabulous job compared to some of our neighbors in the outreach and homeless mitigation, and we would have to cut that back as well. Property crime follow-ups, again, it's just basically non-existent as it is right now. It would get further behind. Unless we catch somebody in the action of committing a burglary or a car prowl, there won't be any follow-up. And then we would focus on serious crime only, which is really what we should do. With that, questions? Trying to keep you guys ahead of schedule.
Well, you did a great job. Thanks, Marcia. All right, it seems like, let's see here. Councilor Kopczynski has a question.
Yes, Chief. Thank you for that eye-opening and enlightening presentation. There's a lot of work that needs to be done at not only our level, but at the state level for sure. One statistic you just mentioned, or you've kind of finished up on the car prowls, et cetera, et cetera. How many of those are due to, from your perspective, people just not bothering to lock their vehicles and they're just an open target for somebody versus somebody actually breaking into a car?
If you follow our social media, Laura often does the 9 p.m. routine. I would say a good half of our folks don't lock their cars. It feels like a small town. We're a pretty decent sized city. We're a medium sized city, and people still have that small town feel to it. So there's that high degree of trust. Honestly, though, I think we would still see a fair number. It's out of sight, out of mind is more like it. Not keeping laptops or backpacks visible in your cars and things like that. And that's that public education piece. Social media gets us so far. One of the things our volunteers used to do, and they're all on hold because of COVID right now, is they'd walk through parking lots at Target and the mall, and we'd have little informational things where we would put it on the car if we saw something that didn't look that it was visible. Like, hey, I could be a car prowler. Just a friendly reminder: keep your belongings out of view. And you'll see that at some of the state parks and that. A lot of times we'll say, don't leave your belongings in your car. My worry is that outreach work is going to suffer in all this too. But especially as if our drug problem doesn't get under control, then we'll see steady car prowls.
One other quick question. Talking with your peers, I can't believe that Albany's is unique in the issues that we're facing with staffing, et cetera, et cetera. Do you find us kind of in the middle? We're overburdened, underburdened, or how do we rank from your perception?
Well, from general recruitment of people trying to or wanting to go in law enforcement, we're all facing the same challenge. Our number of candidates is greatly diminished. The people able to pass backgrounds is when you diminish that number, we have that same concern. So every police department in the country is facing that same challenge. Us, not so much. Cities like Portland and Salem's seeing a lot of attrition right now, just because of the things that are going on there. Portland the same way. But I've talked to a couple of our folks here that do recruiting, and I said, why can't we snag some of these people coming out of Portland, Seattle? We did get one guy from Seattle, but he grew up here and he wanted to come back home. Is the uncertainty about the future here. They don't want to give up a job where they have some job security only to get laid off with potential cuts. I think that will rectify, but for now, they're not going to risk that.
Mayor Johnson.
Oh, thank you, Chief, for your eye-opening presentation. You mentioned ballot measure 110. Have you and your team kind of projected what the property crimes would be, either what kind of increase you're going to see in property crimes and car prowls, and then personal assaults associated with the reduction of arrests for that particular crime?
Pat Hurley, our awesome analyst that wrote the annual crime report, does have a dashboard set up so we can look at the last 2 years. Again, we just switched to a new records management system in the last few years. So having consistent data, we can go pre 111 or 110 and then afterwards. We've already had a few of our officers write tickets, and so I'd also be interested in tracking them through our municipal court to see how that ends up, how many people actually pay the fine, how many show proof that they call the number, things like that. But we don't know what happens with those people afterwards because there's no mechanism to hold them accountable. But we will start tracking that. And now I think the same thing applies for the violent crime. Property crime and drug use and drug abuse always have gone hand in hand. I think what we'll start to see is increase in burglaries. If we see residential burglaries increase, then the likelihood that somebody's home is an issue. Again, our violent crime kicked up in 2020, and a lot of that were armed robberies. So those are shoplifts that turn into violent events that go from a theft to a robbery. If they use violence to complete the shoplift, it's considered a robbery. And we actually saw a number of our convenience stores getting hit, all to try to get money for that. So we'll also watch that fairly closely. The other indicator that we're concerned about is the uptick in DUI driving related to in misunderstanding that, oh, it's okay, everything's legal now, kind of like we did with marijuana. We saw a spike in Washington State, we saw a spike in Oregon. So we're actually going through and training all of our officers in how to spot drug impaired drivers. It used to be a very specialized position and still is, but there's some skills we can give them. And so we will expect that those numbers will go up. Hopefully our fatalities won't. Yet last year was a bad year in and of itself for that, but that's another area where I'd be watching.
Wow. Now, thank you. So with regard to homelessness, have you seen an uptick in property crimes from people that are considered homeless or unhoused?
It's hard to track. We have to, if they identify as homeless, we can probably go back and take a look. But just our population in Albany seems to have increased. When I came to work today, we had a gentleman sleeping in our front grass out front. Another gentleman the other night who the jail would not take for some repeated actions downtown. We kept him here for 4 hours, which we're allowed to under Oregon state law. He was unhappy about going outside in the cold, so he took one of our boulders from the front parking lot and hucked it at one of our windows. So it's certainly something to track too, but it depends on whether we know them as homeless. The other thing that we're going to have to be at least watchful of is as the city of Corvallis and the city of Salem are beginning to change their approach to homeless in their respective jurisdictions, there might be a shift to our population here. Our understanding will not change. We will offer services first and foremost to try to get them off the street, but we will also enforce the law when it comes down to it. But the problem is that our shelters here are maxed
Yeah.
And they have kicked people out, and then we end up dealing with them in the communities, and there's crime related to that. So that's a long way of answering that we can do the best that we can, but it will take almost a hand search to be able to check that.
Thank you, Chief. I greatly appreciate it.
Councilor Novak. And
Thank
Chief, you
you.
might consider stopping your share on your screen.
Oh, sorry about that.
Thank you. Is it okay to ask my question?
Yes,
At this
of
point?
course.
All right, thank you. Just want to make sure. With regard to Mr. Helinski, the gentleman who reached out to me, I believe it's 34th and Gary where his family lives, and he had mentioned that multiple times, multiple occasions, his wife has almost been hit while out walking the dog by speeding drivers. Did I hear you say that the officer who would have been dealing with speeding is on another detail? Did I understand that correctly?
Correct. We have a staffing shortages that we've already experienced due to attrition and that fail rate that I mentioned in our new employees. We only had one new hire employee make it through training last year, and we had 5 depart. So our 2 school resource officers who are currently working in GAPS and our traffic officer are working in patrol. Now, Eric Tress, our current traffic officer, he does go out. He loves traffic, so he does go out and do it. But a dedicated person I don't have at the moment, and I might have to cut it moving forward. Dan Jones, who is our community resources sergeant, he is working his tail off trying to cover all the complaints in the city, but I just don't have the staff for it, and so. Long range, I got to look at some other options other than the human intervention.
Thank you. Is there anything at all to be done in a short-term, immediate kind of way with regard to it at all?
I can ask, certainly get Dan to go down and give it some attention. And one of the things I will tell you about traffic enforcement is we will flood an area for a short time and change behavior for a short time, but it takes maybe a month or 2 and the behavior returns. Now, again, I mentioned it earlier, one of the things that we would do is exploit technology and look at automated traffic enforcement in other areas of the city. Right now, we have 1 red light camera in the city, but for our school zones, which I constantly get complaints about our school zones not being adhered to, automation is a good way to change behavior.
Thank you.
And Councilor Novak, I have more information for you. I'll give you a call and tell you about what.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Any other questions for Chief Harnden? She managed to finish up 15 minutes ahead of schedule, and now we're only 2 minutes ahead. Oh, sorry, 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Councilor Johnson.
Okay. Yes. Thanks, Chief Harnden, for that report. As bleak as it was or is. For one thing, I can say I know. You said it's hard to recruit and get the people to pass the tests and everything. And I'm sure this is the case, but not lowering any standards to get them to qualify. That.
No, we're not doing that.
Okay.
I think there's a risk in doing that. There's really nothing. Any changes that we make, I think, would open the city to some liability, and Danette can probably talk more about that. But we've gone so far as to when they come out, we use a company to direct people our way. When they come here and take the physical agility test, like I said, we're trying to get ahead of that. We even help them prepare for the next steps. Just because we see the good character in them, and we're looking at ways that other police departments across the country are doing. We can't really speed up the process. There are, I don't think most people know, there are at least 5 steps. There's a written physical agility, a background, psychological, and medical that they must pass before we can hire them. And it takes the better part of 3 to 4 months to do that per person. And if they get all the way to the end and they fail in the medical or psychological, then we've wasted all that time.
Yeah. Okay. Another quick thing is, I just think the state was like you to pass to decriminalize drugs is just, I think it's just not a smart thing to do. And then also with apparently the governor decides she wants to release prisoners. And it was in the paper, but there's one gentleman that's going to be released, and we had up close and personal experience with him, and that's his whole career. And so if they let him out and we're understaffed, that's just going to mean more burglaries, more thefts. It's really sad. So I just applaud you for doing what you can with what you have, and we'll see if we can't find that money tree out back or something and get you some more people. Thank you.
Well, I don't want you to think it's all doom and gloom. The numbers don't look great, but I think you should be very proud with what we did accomplish with everything that we've got going on. And our folks have been working their tails off to make sure that we're doing what we need to do in spite of everything that's coming at us. And so I think you guys should be very proud of that.
We are. Thank you.
Councilor Novak.
Thank you. Chief Harnden, first of all, with reference to what Councilor Johnson just mentioned, them releasing more violent criminals from prisons, is there anything you can do to speak to the people in Salem or wherever and say, no, you can't, or please don't, or, keep them in your own city limits? Forgive me, that just boggles my mind. That's my first question.
We do have a very active delegate with the Oregon Association of Chiefs of Police and the Oregon State Sheriff's Association. So they are very good about, and they have a very good relationship with our community. I've enjoyed wonderful conversations with our rep and senator in Salem. And again, we make it known as much as we can. This is not an Oregon thing. It's happening nationwide. A lot of it has to do with budget and impacts of the pandemic on state budgets, as well as we've been grappling with the jail not being able to take as many people as they normally do. And so that affects things as well.
Thank you. And I did have a second part to that as well. And it just fell out of my head. Oh, help. Oh, yes. I was so impressed by what you showed us with the wellness center that you've created in that one space, and how you said $36,000 that was publicly donated for this. I am not above hitting the public up for help acquiring more officers. Is that anything you'd consider? Is that anything anyone would consider? Is that anything we can do? I think they would support it. I really do.
Councilor Novak, that would be in
Yes,
the
sir.
form of an option levy or a utility fee, because if you do a one-time donation, that gets you one-time dollars, and then you end up, if you get enough to hire one person, you have to then lay them off a year later. So it really has to be recurring funding.
I do see your point, but even if it gave us enough to hire one officer and keep that officer, I don't know. I'm just situation desperate here. I just threw it out because I think we need help. And people were very generous with regard to a wellness situation. They were very generous. How would they not be more generous with regard to bringing on more officers, with regard to unfreezing those 7 positions? I just think people would care pretty desperately, as I do.
Well, I hope, I would agree with you, and I would hope that when you do talk about a utility fee, a city services fee, that sense of willingness to support that kind of effort will be there at the time. Okay, Councilor Johnson, did you have another question, or is your hand just still up? Your arm must be getting tired if your hand is still up. Let's see here. Okay. Well, look at that. It's 4:35, so we're back on schedule, and the schedule calls for you to have a 15-minute break.
Thank you, Chief.
So we'll come back at 4:50. Okay.
Hey, Peter,
Yes, ma'am.
show me your mug. Well, isn't that pretty?
I like it.
All right. Thank you, Betsy.
You're welcome.
And we're back. And it's 4:50. Councilors, Mayor, thank you so much for sticking with us for this long. If you have a police department, of course, you have to have a municipal court with which to process crimes and alleged crimes. So the person who oversees the court staff is Gina Yeager. Of course, you would say, well, isn't that the judge? Well, certainly the judge does, but the judge is also independent, and September does operate under Gina's supervision and support. So Gina's available now to give us a brief on municipal court.
And I actually know how to share my screen this time, so hopefully it'll go a little smoother. Okay. And so municipal court, their mission statement is providing justice for the community of Albany with equality, fairness, and respect. So the organization chart, as Peter mentioned, I oversee court from a administration point of view. The judge is in charge of the courtroom, and September and her staff work with him. So talking about some of the accomplishments of court, they operated safely during COVID when they were open. We're back open again. We have been since February 5th this time. Last week, they were running 6 sessions a day to get through some of the backlog. And I think they've now gone down to 5 sessions per day. We're hoping they can continue to reduce the number of sessions per day as we go along. One of the things they did because of Munis was they implemented a violations bureau, which is an opportunity for people with traffic violations to basically plead their case without having to go before the judge. They can actually contact one of the city clerks, and if it's a first offense or just if it's, a minor violation, then the clerk can go ahead and determine what that person is going to do. If they can go to a diversion program, or if they actually need to show up. Something else that they did working with Lynn County and also APD is they established a mental health court. So people with known mental health issues don't just get shoved to prison, or jail, or they interact with a health professional, mental health professional, and they get the help that they need. If they complete the program, their charge will be dismissed. I think we currently have 12 people in that program. 2 of them are about ready to graduate from the program. So we are excited to see how that continues to go. They work through the backlog of past due collections accounts. When we first came on, when I first came on, they had so many accounts and collections because they just didn't have the staffing to deal with it. They were able to hire a clerk. They have been able to get through a lot of those. And with COVID, they've been able to work through even more. But we're currently down a person in court. So we'll have to see how that goes once things open up again. And they've also been scanning and digitally storing files, which is another result of having to deal virtually with people and, scanning the information rather than taking it to the person or having somebody come in and sign something. We can just do that all electronically. So we've had some interesting experiences operating during COVID. The picture is Vern, who's our security guard, and he has been a tremendous help to us. He does the screening as people come in the doors. Entry is by appointment only. IT has been super helpful. They were able to put the court docket on a tablet that Vern can check people who come in against that, and then he can tell them, no, you're not on the schedule, or he can go ahead and let them in. Once they are in, there's a health screening that is done, and he takes care of that. We only have 15 defendants at a time. Generally speaking, we may have a third of those people. Not everybody likes to show up for court. We have social distancing in the courtroom. All the chairs are arranged so that they're 6 feet apart, and the courtroom is disinfected after every session. And then we have the physical barriers in the courtroom to protect the staff. Our service window is currently closed because City Hall is currently closed. Some of the statistics you'll find familiar. The judge shared these during his annual report. As you can see that even with COVID, our revenues, the difference between the 2019 revenues and the 2020 revenues is only about $123,000, which is not bad for being down as long as we were. And that only went through the end of November. I would need to look at the numbers to determine where that's at, but it wouldn't surprise me if we were pretty close to 2019 numbers. Some of the challenges and opportunities, again, COVID, as it is with everyone else. The problem with COVID is that we may have to shut down entirely again, which means we have hundreds, if not thousands, of people to reschedule, and things just keep getting pushed out. We are short-staffed. We are currently down one person who resigned, moved back east, and with the current budget shortfalls looming, we are trying to be careful about how we fill that. We also have people who don't pay, and it's really difficult to do anything about that. I read one article where a legislator said, we'll just send them to collections. Well, honestly, that doesn't really help. One of the tools that we used to have was to suspend their driver's licenses until they paid. The state no longer allows us to do that. What we can do is suspend licenses for a failure to appear. So it's kind of a convoluted process to get somebody who's not making payments to do it, to come in or not come in, and so then we can suspend the license. Another option, though, for people who maybe don't have the funds is to work on the work crew. And there was some confusion, I think, in the Democrat Herald, where they had reported that we were paying those defendants to do that work. We're not. They're working off. They're basically working off a fine. So no money really changes hands. It just reduces their fine that they would give to us. So as Chief Harrington had mentioned, Measure 110 is potentially a struggle for us. There really hasn't been any guidance from the state on this. Since it's now it's been downgraded, we may be seeing a lot more of these in municipal court. I think September told me we have 3 people who are offenders of the Measure 110. House Bill 2020, I touched on that a little bit. That was the one where we are no longer allowed to suspend driver's licenses for failure to pay. And then, but some of the opportunities that we have is we are now exploring new online phone payment methods. Sean had talked about this a little bit, but currently the company that we go through that accepts the online payments and the phone payments charges defendants more than we would like. For somebody who is already struggling to make a payment, this just kind of overburdens them. So we're hoping with these new methods that we'll be able to reduce the amount that they have to pay to make their online and phone payments. And again, another opportunity is becoming paperless. And that's really what I have. I'd be more than happy to take any questions if you have any.
Okay, all right, Gina, thanks. It looks like Stacy has a question. Councilor Bartholomew.
Hi. You just, at the very end, you just said you became paperless, but then how much money would that be saving you, or is that saving you?
We're working on becoming paperless as part of the, scanning and digitally storing all this information. September told me that it's just become, mother is a necessity of invention, right? And so we are becoming more and more paperless as we go. And so it's really a great opportunity because then we don't have to, and also with DocuSign coming on also, it really gives us an opportunity to route things properly, to get information to people without having people come in or it getting lost in the mail. So it's a work in progress.
Gina, Sean here, I could step in, Councilor Bartholomew, a little bit on that. It's good. It's essentially indirect costs in regard to driving efficiencies. If we know where these documents are digitally in one place where the people who need to get to them can do so efficiently, by definition, that's going to decrease our costs over time. We just can't really quantify that on the spot, so to speak, when we haven't implemented it yet. But, then you have the other indirect costs of no longer printing and having paper and toner and those sorts of things. So they add up over time in small increments that add up to a large amount.
It's also more,
and it's more sustainable, right? So
that's what I was going to say.
Yes.
So thank you.
Okay, other questions for Gina and the municipal court? Okay, and I know we just recently had the judge give his state of the court address, so I have a lot of recent information. Well, Gina, that's wonderful because you've now put us 19 minutes ahead of schedule. And the even better part of the news is that Shane is standing by and ready to go. So Shane, over to you.
Now, this is a lot of pressure on me because if she saved 19 minutes, you've looked at my PowerPoint and know I have a lot of slides, so I'm going to have to move fast. Otherwise, I'm not going to hear the end of it from my colleagues. So with that, I'll jump right in. Good afternoon, Mayor, councilors, staff. Councilor Bartholomew, it's nice to meet you. I'm Shane Wooten, the fire chief. We haven't had a chance to meet, but hopefully at some point we will. Tying into something that Kim Ledane said earlier, I'm going to give you a fun fact. So Kim, this one's for you. Fun fact, on Friday and Saturday, the Albany Fire Department responded to 107 calls. And out of those 107 calls, 42 were weather related over a 25-hour period.
Yo, what did Matilda do? What did I miss?
I'll call you back.
And 33 of those 42 calls were, as you can imagine, power line down or fallen power lines. Okay, so before we get into the presentation, this is what I'm going to title Albany Fire 101. So I'm going to kind of walk all of you through our organization, the services we provide, and at the same time answer the questions that Peter wanted us to address. Because I just want to make sure everybody understands all the things that we do. So I don't know that you can get college credit for this. But we can maybe contact LBCC and see if that will happen. Okay, can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, kind of really most importantly, who are we as Albany Fire Department? And if you would have told me that I would have started a presentation out with a quote from Elvis Presley, I would have thought that I would not have believed you. But you said something, according to Google, that values are like fingerprints. Nobody's are the same, but you leave them all over everything you do. So who we are is actually really, really important. Our mission is to prevent and protect from harm. So not only do we go out on emergencies, but we also need to prevent them from happening. Our values. So when I became chief, we already had these values in place, but we went through the process of actually defining, well, what does that mean? You know, it's good to have a value, but what does that actually look like? So for us, we're a service-based department that prides itself on delivering exceptional customer service. We're diverse, we're open communications, respect for others, and an appreciation for change, that a new perspective that diversity brings. We care about the mental health and well-being of our people. Honesty, integrity, we do the right thing, and we pride ourselves on professionalism and teamwork. So our organizational chart, as you can see here, I'm going to kind of go over a few highlights of it. One, in fiscal year 19, we had 92.6 FTE. In fiscal year, or this current biennium, we had 89.6 FTE. Along the way, 3 firefighter positions were frozen. And then this past year, when I became chief only 15 months ago, we froze the senior deputy fire marshal position. And then in this last year, our training lieutenant was interested into going back to the line. So we worked with him and the union to move him back to the line. So the training lieutenant position is also vacant. So technically we have 87.6 positions filled. 83% of all of our FTE is all wrapped up right here in first responders. So most of all of our employees are assigned to a fire station that responds when somebody in our community calls 911. Only 10% are what I call non-bargainers or management. These are positions like right here, myself, a senior administrative supervisor, a fire marshal, 2 deputy chiefs, and a training chief in charge of training. And then 1 chief in charge of each position or each shift. So our management team size, and another fun fact, hasn't changed since 1999. So all the growth that we've had in FTE over the years has all been focused down here on frontline first responders. Also worth noting here is the emergency manager I supervise, Chuck Prino's housed here at Station 11. And the other thing I just want to point out as I go through this, because this will make a difference at the end, that when you see these positions, there's only 1 person in each one of those spots. So it's not like we have depth. There's 1 community paramedic, 1 full-time ambulance coordinator, 0.6 of an ambulance billing specialist, 1 risk reduction specialist. We do have 2 deputy fire marshals that go out and do inspections on businesses and look for safety violations. 1 clerk, 1 administrative assistant, and they have 1 supervisor. We're so lean that at some time, or has been different times in the last year where, you know, myself and other chiefs, that we take turns staffing the front counter and answering the phones for the department so people can take their lunches. So our first responders, 8 in 10 are paramedics. Like registered nurses, paramedics have an associate's degree with hundreds of hours of classroom and clinical experience, followed by an in-depth training period. Our firefighters work 24 hours on and 48 hours off, which is unique. And that schedule are unique to the fire service. That schedule itself, though, is very common throughout the country. And interestingly, they're federally exempt from overtime until they cross over at 53 hours. So unlike a traditional work week where they work 40 hours, our folks work 56. We're an occupation that requires teamwork, quick thinking, and an empathetic heart. Okay, so maps and boundaries. So what you can see here in this map, and hopefully it comes across okay, and I'll point out a few different items. We contract with different fire districts and another city to provide our services to them. Each one of them have their own board, elected officials that we go to their monthly meetings, and we are accountable to them. So we have lots of checks and balances in our process. We have the city of Albany here. This is Albany Rural Fire District, North Albany Rural Fire District, Palestine Rural Fire District, and then the city of Millersburg. They all contract with us. All of our contract departments, so long as they're within 5 miles of staff station, we have been rated by the Insurance Service Office. And if some of you were on the council before, you may remember that we were originally at a 3. It's a 1 to 10 scale, 1 being the least risk, 10 being the most risk. We went from a 3 to a 2. That was largely in part during that evaluation because of the efforts we've made in our community risk reduction division, as well as some of the staffing advances that we had made. So that in turn, hopefully then provided people a discount or a reduction in their rates. Oh, Mayor, awesome, thumbs up. Okay, so that is ISO. That's important moving forward because we would potentially be reevaluated if we go through a bunch of cuts. So our ambulance service area, the entire state is broken up into ambulance service areas. And as a department, we provide the ambulance service to our community and this 205 square mile area around Albany. Okay, so I know some of this is going to be a review for you, but just to make sure that we're all on the same page moving forward. So every day we have a minimum staffing of 21 firefighters that are on duty. We have 3 shifts, A, B, and C shift. And so according to the collective bargaining or agreement, there can be 3 people off at a time. So we have 24 assigned, 21 working, 3 can be off on vacation. So they have to compete to take vacation. They pick at the beginning of the year, and it's a seniority-based selection process. But very frequently, in order to maintain our minimum staffing, to maintain 21 people on scene and keep our stations open, we have to bring firefighters back in when people call in sick, they're on FEMLA, or they have an on-the-job injury. A couple little things I'd like to just point out is the couple standards that we try to achieve is the NFPA, the National Fire Protection Association. Their guideline is that we have 17 firefighters on scene of a structure fire within 8 minutes, and a commercial fire, 28 people. Well, we usually do decent getting 17 people on scene. We don't do that within the 8 minutes though, or very rarely. And then the American Heart Association, for every minute without life-saving CPR and defibrillation, chances of survival decrease by 10%. So in our line of work, the number of people that you get on scene and the time that you get them there are critical components. So we have 5 stations. So Station 11 downtown, we have 4 emergency responders that are staffed at this station, as well as the administrative staff, ambulance billing, community paramedic, and risk reduction staff. Frequently, people will come by and say, or think that there's lots of firefighters at our stations because we have 5 pieces of equipment parked in the bay. Well, that's not the case at any of our stations. There's only 4 first responders out of Station 11. Station 12 is on 34th Avenue. At that station, we have a total of 5 people. We have 1 engine and 1 medic unit that respond out of that station. That station also is the home for training grounds and where we do a lot of our training. We have a station on 3 Lakes Road. At that station, there's also 5 people. The truck company is a fire truck with the ladder on the top, as well as a medic unit. This station has our shop, our maintenance shop, and we actually contract with Hughes Fire Equipment. They utilize the shop and lease the space from us, and they do work on our equipment as well. Station 14 is in North Albany, Gibson Hill Road. That station only has 4 people at it. That's a unique station. It's staffing. So what happens is if a medical call comes in, 2 people will jump on an ambulance and they'll respond on the call. And that'll leave 2 people behind to staff another ambulance, but then they no longer have fire protection in that area, that they'll respond to a fire on the ambulance. It's a really busy station as far as community based because it's right up against one of Albany's beautiful parks. And so there's lots of foot traffic through that station. And then unique to us is Station 15, which is the Millersburg station. Now that station has 3 people. They staff just a fire truck out of that station. But Millersburg covers 8 of the 9, or the cost of 8 of the 9 employees. They're currently in the process of building a permanent station that goes out to bid, or that is actually out to bid, and bids close on March 9th. Millersburg is paying for that station. We're not paying anything for that station. We've provided input on the flow and things that might be unique to our department that need to be in that station, but they're paying for it. And also with Station 15, I want to tell you that, so Millersburg doesn't pay for all the personnel out there, but I think an important fact is that out of all the calls that engine responds to out of Station 15, only 40% are in the city of Millersburg. Rest are into either, 40% is into the city of Albany, and then 20% is in our rural districts, our contract districts. So I'd say the city of Albany on that is getting a good deal. Well, actually, I could just tell you, like today, while this meeting was going on, we had a structure fire on Scenic Wood, and all 4 of the city of Albany stations were on that house fire. And then Station 15, that station automatically, that engine moves up to the city of Albany to provide coverage for the next emergency, which actually happened. There were a couple calls that came in while they were up there dealing with that house fire. We also have a Medic 10. It's a single role unit. It's just 2 people. They're staffed just to take emergency medical calls and do interfacility transfers, which are transfers from hospital to hospital that we're responsible to provide transport services to. Services we provide, we're an all hazard fire department. So it really doesn't matter why people call or what they call about, we respond. And over my almost 30-year career, there's not too many types of calls that, you know, I personally haven't been on or I haven't heard of us going on. And here are just throughout this, there's lots of pictures of just some of our folks doing the amazing things they do. So we also, like I mentioned, provide the ambulance service. So paramedics work under the license of a physician. So we work and we pay this physician to work under their license. So we work for Dr. Trey Woods from Good Samaritan over in Corvallis. He's an emergency room doctor. So that our physician advisor writes out and says, all right, if you go into this scene, this patient, and you see these signs and symptoms, and you've made this diagnosis, here are the 8 treatments that I want you to do. And those are called our standing orders. And so that's how we deliver the care that we deliver. 86% of all of our 911 responses are EMS related. That is true from coast to coast. When I first started, we certainly our treatments weren't nearly as advanced as they are now. Our paramedics in the back of that ambulance that you see driving down the road 28 times a day, they're able to do 12 lead EKGs. They're defibrillating. They're pacing. That's when somebody's heart rate drops too low, where they maybe lose consciousness or become weak, that we're able to give them pain medications and deliver shocks to their heart to stimulate it to beat. We also have, all sorts of pain medications, ventilators, We deliver paralytics. Paralytics are medications that are administered in an operating room when maybe you've been involved in a bad accident or a burn and you're unable to protect your own airway. We're able to paralyze you and then intubate you. We're essentially a mobile emergency room. So the number one question that we always get is, why does an engine go with an ambulance? And I can't tell you how many times that question comes up. Well, this picture is a great illustration of why we send fire trucks with ambulances. And this is actually, we only send 5 people, right? We have 3 people on an engine, 2 on a medic unit. This picture illustrates 6. But as you can see, everybody has an important role. Where this individual is talking to the patient's family, gathering a history, what medications are they on? We have this person doing CPR, this person ventilating, this person over here is running the call. So kind of the maestro of the orchestra, making sure everybody's doing what they're doing. They also act as the timekeeper, which this person's doing. And then we have somebody that has to start and gain IV access. This picture, they're doing an interosseous infusion, which we do that as well. This is called a bone gun, where where in an unconscious patient, if we can't start an IV in their arms, that we're able to access, or be able to give them medications into the marrow of their bone. We have a water rescue team. So our special teams are people who are assigned a shift but have gone above and beyond and have plugged themselves into our department and really helped make us special. So we have a water rescue team, 25 people. They run about 20 calls a year. They cover 3 disciplines: swift water rescue, boat operations, and dive. Just a little bit about some of the training that they have. They're swift water rescue technicians, maritime boat operators, as well as rescue divers. And here are a few little pictures of them doing some of their work. They have some great equipment. They have this basically brand new boat and 2 of these rescue watercrafts. All of this was purchased by Albany Rural Fire Protection District. Between the boat and the 2 water rescue crafts, there was $250,000 that Albany Rural paid for that. We have a technical rescue team. 18 people are assigned to that team. They cover rope rescue, confined space rescue, trench rescue, structural collapse, and vehicle machinery rescue. Because again, when people don't know, when something bad happens and they don't know what to do, the fire department responds. They have lots of training that they have to do. And this picture that's up there, this just happened, I think, probably a year and a half ago. We had someone who was in crisis on the 3rd Street bridge that goes over into Bryant Park. They were able to get themselves down onto a sign that was hanging from the bridge. And we were able to get a firefighter over the edge. And it was the best firefighter that possibly could have been down there. Lots of experience, very calm demeanor, and very technically strong. And yeah, he was, with the help of Albany Police Department, we were able to get the firefighter down over the top and perform a rescue on that person. We have a hazardous materials team, 18 people on the team. We partner with, it's actually a Lynn Benton team. It's a 2-county team where individuals from all fire departments from Lynn and Benton County are able to participate, but really it's just Corvallis, Albany, and Lebanon. They have 160 hours of training, state-of-the-art equipment. Most of that team is, when they incur costs, we're able to seek reimbursement for those costs through the state petroleum tax, and we're able to do that through the Oregon State Fire Marshal's Office. This was a chart that I just saw that came across that the State Fire Marshal's Office released, just about the hazard that exists in Albany. And you can see in for all the counties reporting in Oregon for 2019, Linn County ranks third as far as counties that have large reportable quantities of hazardous materials. So the need for us having a hazmat team is definitely there, and the risk is there. We have a fire investigation group. They're actually just mobilizing right now, and they're investigating the fire on Scenic Wood that occurred. We partner with APD on this, and this team, they go out and they try to put the puzzle back together of how a fire started, and then working with Albany Police Department, see if anything criminal had happened, and then hopefully that leads to a conviction. So community risk reduction, I'm going to jump in and explain some of these divisions. There's 5 FTE, 4 field. They do fire code, business inspections, commercial plan review, fire investigations, youth fire setters. So sometimes children get curious about fire for a variety of reasons, and then will start a fire in their home. Usually they're contained to a closet or bedroom. And what we have, Sandy Roberts, she's able and she's trained to be able to sit down with that child and help navigate why they're doing what they're doing and provide education and to prevent another fire from happening. And coming soon that these 4 people will start working on is, given the fire season that we've had, we've really identified some areas that I think the city of Albany that we could be more prepared for as it relates to creating defensible spaces in some of the different areas of our town. I mean, what happened up the canyon could happen here. Also, here's just a bunch of things that we do. Key boxes. Those are boxes that are outside of somebody's home when maybe they're unable to come answer the door. Carbon monoxide alarms, smoke detectors, grab bars, bike helmets, car seats, life jackets, fall prevention, chimney brushes, birthday parties, station tours. We do so much and try to engage our community and be more than just people who respond on 911 calls. We also do a lot of public education, school presentations, 8th grade CPR, which I'll talk about in a minute. So next is the community paramedic position. Again, this is just one position. Hillary Kosmicki, what she does is her job's to try to help people access healthcare without calling 911. She works closely with Helping Hands, Signs of Victory, and actually up until COVID, they were able to get a SamCare mobile health bus to go to Helping Hands 1 day a week to deliver care to patients. Actually, that's where this picture is right here. Here's Hillary and here's a Samaritan Health employee, and then they had a physician there to deliver care. Some of the things she did in 2020, 154 home visits, almost 300 phone consultations, 40 safety checks. She also works with the assisted living facilities. When we start going out on a lot of fall injuries to an assisted living facility, she can go there and help navigate that situation so we are not repetitively going back. She also, physicians can reach out to her, and they do, and rather than somebody calling 911, Hillary's able to go to their house and do an assessment. She's able to do a 12-lead EKG. She can do some invasive procedures to help out. This is a little video. We'll see if it works, but what happens is crews go out on a call and they see what I'm going to show you, and then they contact our community paramedic. They'll call Hillary, send her an email, and then she goes to try to navigate to help this situation. Hopefully that will play. So with the mission of prevent and protect from harm, even though we might go there and there's not a reason to transport somebody to the hospital, we do have part of our mission is to prevent from harm. And as you can see, just by glancing at that house, there's lots and lots of ways that we can prevent this person from hurting themselves. So we have a training division, which is one person. Normally it's two. We have hundreds of hours that our people have to be trained to annually. So response information. So here's a little chart showing the last 10 years of our responses. So in 2010, we only responded to a little over 6,000 calls, which in 2010 seemed like a ton of calls. And now we're up to, in 2019, we were over 10,000 calls. It dipped in 2020 because of COVID. I mean, you could draw the line that what happened was COVID came out, their mobility decreased, as well as there was a fear to go to the hospital. So we would go out on calls with people who needed to go to the hospital, but they wouldn't want to for fear of contracting COVID. So we saw a noticeable decrease in calls probably for about 3 or 4 months. But as you can see, we're right back on pace to what we were before. As people get back to moving around and the fear of the healthcare system declines, our call volume is right back to where it was at before. So this little chart, just for fun, shows you when most of our calls happen. They happen remember 86% of what we do is EMS. So they happen during these waking daylight hours. Calls drop in the overnight hours, which is good because our greatest risk to life from fire happens in these overnight hours. So then we have the availability of our units to respond to calls in the overnight hours to fires. Next, we have our days of week. We're busy regardless of the day of week. Types of calls that we go out on. Sick people, fall injuries, and lift assists. Lift assist is something that I know we've talked to the council before about. That's one of those types of calls that fire departments everywhere are going out on as more and more people try to stay at home as long as they can for whatever reason. Eventually somebody starts to get weak, as they age, and then they trip on something and they fall, and they're not hurt. They just need help getting up. And sometimes it takes multiple people to lift somebody up off the ground. Well, like the fire service has historically done, and we continue to do, is we fill holes in the community. And that is one of those holes that we've been filling. And as you can see, breathing problems, chest pain, unconscious, car accidents, transfers, remember what I said before, are from facility, hospital to hospital, structure fires, cardiac arrests. So within the city of Albany, if you pull out non-emergency calls, our response time is average response time is 7 minutes, 25 seconds. Now that includes also the dispatch, that's from the time that you call 911 to the time that we get there. So that includes a minute or two working with the dispatcher, us being toned out. And then for our rural agencies, rural partners, their time, of course, then, adds on to where, Palestine rural fire is upwards of 10-minute response time. So this chart I like showing people because I think sometimes people could think our line of work is linear, and it's anything but. It's like a big spider web. So calls come in all different manners. So this column shows how frequent, the number of times we had a single response occurring at once. Upwards of, there would have been one day in August where we had 7 calls happening at once. But the point I want to make is that 20% of the time we have 3 or more calls happening in Albany. So people frequently will say, hey, Shane, I heard a bunch of sirens going off. There must have been a big car accident or some sort of, big fire that happened. It's like, that's possible, but it's also possible we just had 3 or 4 calls happening at once. Our community. I think it was Marcia or Chief Harden that said that they say yes. We have that philosophy as well. What we say in our department is, let's start from yes and work to no, rather than, if the facts lead us down that way, rather than starting from no and working to yes. So we are really plugged in to the community. You know, hanging the flags during the 9/11 ceremony. We create our own PSAs. Doing fire extinguisher training. Just, you know, get a random phone call that we have an elderly gentleman that wants to go on a flight. Can an engine swing by and help them get into the plane? Giving station tours. This one is a little bit of contention, and Chief Harden would probably argue this. This was a friendly rivalry between the police department and the fire department, where we tried to raise money for the cancer department in North Albany, Good Sam, and we were selling bracelets. We thought we had the upper edge because we opened up a Venmo account to raise money, but then we forgot that APD has school resource officers that can sell to kids like face to face, and we made a few $1,000s between both departments. During COVID, we got creative, did porch parades. Every year we partner with an outfit out of Massachusetts, I think, where we do 12 lead, and the medical hospital in Lebanon, we do 12 lead EKGs of our teens. And we send those EKGs to physicians to review, to look for underlying problems, which every time we do it, we generally have 2 or 3 youth that have an underlying problem that needs further investigation. Pulse point, so people, you know, hopefully will download that app, and if CPR is needed, it'll go off. Birthday parties, we leverage our status in the city and in our community to where we are able to donate birthday parties to nonprofits, and then they can go auction them off to try to raise money. Safety camp, training or 5th grade injury prevention. The picture I just sent up there, we partner with Lebanon Fire for a young woman's firefighter academy, just wanting to show young girls that that you can be a firefighter. That and then it also provides an opportunity for some of our women firefighters to be mentors to them. Our treasure hunt. And anytime we see an opportunity to make our community safer, we do, whether it's just, you know, putting up a sign up at the river, and, you know, with partners, as well as, you know, some of you might not know, but the gates across Bryant Drive and Lochner, when the water rises, that was one of our employees seeing a need, and then working with Coastal Farm and working with other partners to try to put up gates to prevent more accidents from happening. So a lot of our prevention stuff gets funded through Albany Firefighters Community Assistance Fund. That is our nonprofit that we do fundraisers for. Each one of our fire trucks has $100 cash in it, in a lockbox, that our crews are able to use to try to make somebody's life better. That's also how we buy life jackets for a program, bike helmets that we give out to kids, car seats. We have a car seat program that we partner with individuals from outside the department to be able to properly install car seats. We also have the Albany Public Safety Foundation. Those are some business leaders in town that saw a need when all 8th graders needed to be trained in CPR. And they jumped in, started raising money, and now and bought us equipment. And now we go out, and every 8th grader in the city of Albany, in our school district, gets taught CPR. And then we're reimbursed for those costs, as well as they bought AEDs for APD patrol cars. So our budget. So to make all this happen, this past fiscal year, even though I know we work off of biennium, we're $18.2 million. 83% of that is all personnel costs. And that number is actually higher because that doesn't include central service charges, which essentially our personnel costs. So out of that $18.2 million, $6 million of it comes from outside property tax levy dollars. You can see here that 18% of our budget is ambulance fees. We're at $3.3 million in ambulance fees. Our fire protection contracts equate to 15% of our overall budget, if you will, even though it all goes back to the general fund. This is just an illustration of us trying to raise revenue to help offset the greater general fund. And then, you know, another kind of point that the rural districts, while they're 15%, if you will, of our budget, they only account for 7.5% of our calls. So they're not a huge demand on our system. And by far and away, the largest of our contract districts is the city of Millersburg and what they pay us. Equipment replacement fund. You might not know this, but a fire truck costs $800,000 to replace. An ambulance costs $300,000 to replace. That's largely why we keep a fire truck for 30 years. How we fund that, we have ground emergency medical transport, which is this reimbursement program. Since we're an ambulance provider, that we're able to recoup some costs. That equates to about $250,000 a year that we put into equipment replacement. We go on conflagrations, which I'll explain in a second. The city of Millersburg contributes an additional $35,000 into our equipment replacement fund. And then the rural districts, as needed, specifically Albany Rural, they're able to help us out when we need to go replace a piece of equipment. Like I mentioned before, they bought some watercraft, and then they also paid for half of the truck company. So conflagrations are when a community is overwhelmed, that the local resources, mutual aid resources can't handle an incident. The governor's able to call on all other fire departments in the state and have them respond. And then we're able to go and seek and receive reimbursement for those costs. So this past year, you can see some of the fires that we went out on. We were able to put in 130, or we will be as these payments are made, $130,000 into our equipment replacement fund. And we've also received, or will receive, up to $700,000, which wasn't included in that previous slide, of reimbursed costs to our overtime and wages for the folks that went on those fires. And you can see there's a couple fires there in California. California calls for resources quite a bit. 2020 accomplishments. So we sat down as a management team in the end of December to talk about what all we got done in 2020. And we came up in just short order with 25, 30 items. This is just a snapshot. So COVID response, limited COVID exposures. Like everybody who's spoken before me, COVID kind of turned the way we do business upside down. And in our line of work, we were forced to adapt. And I'm so proud of our department and the job that they did. That they, our folks, I mean, they like instead of rushing in and helping people, they've slowed down, put on the proper PPE, and navigated situations to minimize the risk to everybody. And I couldn't be more proud of them. We adapted our community outreach strategy on the fly. That in short order, within a month, we were out doing porch parades. We were engaging the community just in a different manner. And actually at the time, I mean, it's always important, but I think at that time it was really important given all the uncertainty that everybody had. The levy passed with plus 70% support. That's a huge accomplishment and also just a sign of the community's support of public safety. We put a new engine, new medic, and a rescue boat. Those were all in the service. Those were all purchased before I became chief. But when you order a fire truck, it takes a year for you to get it. We were an integral player in the fires up in the canyon. We had firefighters up there that night and then had firefighters up there throughout the next week. Completed a radio study, which Sean Park mentioned earlier. We put up a new life jacket kiosk that some of our people built. And with the help of some building maintenance folks, we installed at Bryant Park. We're transitioning away from cancer-causing foam. For those of you that know, firefighters die quite a bit younger than most, and generally because of cancer and some of the different items that we're exposed to. So we try to make things as safe for our people as possible. We've improved labor management relations. Previous years, it was kind of, there's lots of conflict, and we've kind of really attacked things from the standpoint of how can we collaborate and work on items together and come up with an agreement or a solution that works for everyone. Ground and medical transport, which I mentioned. We added a new physician advisor. We responded to almost 10,000 calls for service with very, very few issues or complaints. So I'm so proud of everybody for doing that. And then this isn't something we did, but it's something that I think is cool because we are a family. The fire service is that 6 of our employees had new babies. So we have potentially 6 new firefighters coming up. They just have to wait about 18, 19 years. 2020 annual report, Peter sent that out to everybody. We haven't done an annual report in 7 years. So it's exciting to get that back out and capture what happened this past year. So current and upcoming challenges. So recent staff reductions, like I mentioned, the previous biennium, we reduced 3 firefighter positions. Those positions were used to help maintain minimum staffing and in essence, reduce our overtime. And Councillor Kopczynski, if you remember, this was to your time before your previous time as a councillor. It was actually your recommendation that we go back and look at adding those positions to help offset some of the overtime. And unfortunately, though, those positions were lost during the previous budget. We have the 2 vacant positions, like I've mentioned. So let me just get this whole slide up there. So with the possible budget and staffing reductions that we're talking about, we're in a similar boat as the police department, where we could be looking upwards of 10 positions. And as you can see from looking at our org chart, those positions would, if we lose somebody in, let's say, in the life safety community risk reduction area, what they're providing would go with them because there is no depth, as well as, going through the minimum staffing with you. If we reduced firefighters, we then also would reduce the number of apparatus that we have on the road, whether it be fire trucks or ambulances. That undoubtedly would be an increased risk to our community, longer response times. I would worry that we wouldn't have enough firefighters on scene, that we would increase the risk to our firefighters. Potentially jeopardize our ISO 2 rating. And this has happened with other communities, with us, where the increased reliance on mutual aid partners. We work really closely with all the departments around us and we backfill each other all the time. But what happens is if it happens too frequently, that from one chief to the other, we'll call and say, hey, we don't mind helping out, but at some point you got to figure things out on your own, that we're going over to your community too much. And we actually did that once with one of our neighboring communities. And that community needed to come up with a plan because we couldn't be augmenting them. We certainly can help them because no one community can have enough firefighters to handle a large incident. So we have to help each other. But you should be staffed, though, to handle just your day-to-day operations. And then also the negative consequence to recruitment, retention, and morale. Albany is a mid-sized department, and we've done really good on retaining our people. We lose a few to the metro area, but not very many. My fear, with the instability, and especially, if we were get into layoffs, that I would worry that would affect our overall retention and our recruitment, just like at the police department. So other little things that we're working on, we got our eyes on, and challenges today and tomorrow are keeping our facilities current and up to date, making sure our HVAC units are replaced, asphalt's repaired, roofs don't leak. And the other thing that was important to me as chief was that at Station 11 we have gender neutral facilities. We don't have like a male and female locker room. We have pods, and I'm happy that we were able to convey what we wanted to do with Millersburg, and Station 15 will be set up that same way. But 3 of our stations don't have that, and 2 of them, of the ones that were built in 1998, Station 13 and 14, they have a male-female locker room, and the women's locker room is only large enough for 1 person at a time. Well, our workforce is changing, and our workforce definitely will change into the future. And I think it's important that our facilities adapt and move along with the changing workforce. We need to look at a drill tower out at Station 12 and look for funding to upgrade our communications radio system. So when I became chief, I told myself that anytime I gave any presentation, I would celebrate, well, I'd end it on a positive note, and I would celebrate the most important asset, piece of the puzzle that exists, and that's the people of Albany Fire Department, our employees. I can tell you, as someone who's lived in Albany for a long time and has been at the Albany Fire Department for a long time, we truly do have a special group that work here, and they do an amazing job, and any one of them could treat my family, and I know that my family would get excellent care, and I know if we got in a sticky situation that all these folks would do a good job and make things a little better. So anyway, that is my report, and I am ready for questions. And I'm sorry I did a ton of talking there.
No
but
problem,
I just wanted you to understand what the Albany Fire Department does.
And you did a real fine job, and you almost got us back on the schedule.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. It looks like Councilor Kopczynski has a question. But he's muted.
Thank you, Chief, for that education that you gave us all. Correct me if I'm wrong. Are we still, or I think we have been training with Corvallis using their tower? Because the tower that you've been talking about has been on the drawing boards for many, many years. It's a matter of funding issues, but I think that we do utilize with them as part of a co-training issue.
Yes, we do. We actually do that with Corvallis Fire Department as well as Polk County. That we'll try to send, you have to manage calls and make sure apparatus is in the right place. But yeah, we'll send people over to do training over there. And that's our workaround for now.
Thank you.
Firefighters are creative people and are always looking for ways to get something done.
So just so the council knows, at Station 12, where the fire department trains, is also our bus barn. So one of the initiatives you might hear about tomorrow from Chris Bailey is the initiative to build a new bus barn, which would free up that property to be a proper training center for the fire department, or training facility. Any other questions for Chief Wooten?
I would really appreciate a copy of all the presentations so I can digest them and read through them. I think, Chief, your presentation there was so much information that I'd like to get a copy of it so I can ask you, questions directly.
Certainly.
Mayor, I think all of them are in the chat box, but
I can't figure out how to get them off of here. That's the problem.
Okay. All right.
We can set up a centralized location for those. Some of them are way too big to email, but we'll put links to those in one email altogether.
Well, thank you so much, Matt. Thank you.
Yep.
Oz behind the curtain. Okay, Councilor Johnson.
Yes, I just want to say that it was a great presentation, and having unfortunately had experience with the ambulance service and the paramedics, You just can't say enough about him, and I really appreciate Chief Wooten acknowledging what the most important part of the fire department is the people. I mean, just an example, my husband fell off a ladder on our back deck. Well, when he fell, he made a mess, and when they got him to the hospital, they came back and actually helped me clean it up. Now, who does that? It was just such a good community relations effort, and I just love him for that. So thank you, Chief, and so glad to have you as our chief, because you really think outside of the box. And when you said the management and labor relations have gotten better, that's the most important thing, that they feel that they can talk to you and you can talk to them. That's what it's all about. So thank you.
Thank you. And if I may just chime in, clean up after falls, gutters. We've cleaned out more than one gutter after somebody's fallen from a ladder, finished mowing a yard after somebody has a heart attack. Our crews do an amazing job, and they try to interweave that in between going on calls. But yeah, they do awesome.
Councilor Smith.
I just wanted to comment that that's one of the best fire department presentations I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot of them.
Agreed.
From many chiefs and other staff. I really appreciate that. Shane, you got right to the nub of everything we needed to know. I've also experienced a ride or two in an ambulance, and I have said for years, starting with when I was covering public safety as a newspaper reporter, that I am glad to live in Albany because I truly believe that I am safe here and I will get excellent care from APD and AFD anytime I need it. I would never hesitate to call 911 because of where I live. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Chief Wooten? Okay, well, good. We are almost exactly on schedule here, a little bit early. This was the first time that we've done something like this in a virtual environment. And I know that it's difficult for presenters not to have visual contact with people, in-person contact, at least it is for me. And I appreciate the skill with which each of our presenters provided their information. You already knew it, but we have a wonderful team here. I expect that the pride that each of these directors has in their teams is readily apparent in how they talked about them. And as evidenced in many areas, they're committed to their community, to our community. And might I say, you counselors seem to do real well with the raising hands feature. Thank you. That's great. Thank you for your attention during a 5-hour segment. The good news is that we'll finish this marathon tomorrow. Today, you've heard about our parks and our library, our public safety functions, and about the logistics required to keep those functions going. Tomorrow, we'll present the balance of the city's responsibilities. So again, thank you for your attention during a long day, and Mayor, I'll turn it back to you.
So thank you, Peter. Thank you, directors, for your presentations. Am I live? Yes. I think that we've all learned a lot today. And also, yes. I know we all have more questions that we'd like to ask each department head, and of course the city manager as well. But I'd like to thank you for the time you've given us this afternoon, this evening, to educate us on what your department needs, or what your department's experienced and what they've achieved over the last year or two. And I'm looking forward to hearing the rest of the departments tomorrow. And then we'll be able to get with you individually to have our questions answered. And then we can start working on the next steps with the budget planning and the things that we need to have those hard conversations with people moving forward. So thank you all for your time this evening. And I'm looking forward to spending time with each of you over the next 4 or 5 months to figure this thing out. So thank you very much, everyone. And I'll call the meeting to adjourn. And I'll see you all tomorrow.
Okay. Good night, everybody.
Good night.